Let's do it, team. Groundhog Day, but we're going to try the same moves again today on a Friday. I hope you all had a good afternoon yesterday. As soon as we got off stream, that short we were talking about set up, didn't it? Fortunately, we got it on Discord. Absolute banger of a trade. And we'll be taking payouts today again. So more payouts coming from this week from that trade yesterday, which is fantastic. Okay, on the daily, let's talk about where we are. Right at the lower side of the Bollinger Bands. All right, so we've gone squeeze. Bollinger Bands come down, flattened out. 200-day SMA here as well on the NQ. We are into negative gamma. We have a big put wall here that we're now under 680s, and you can see these other weekly and monthly put walls starting to line up with the liquidity levels that I'm trying to run. All right, I want to break these because there is a fucking waterfall under this. All right, that's what I'm looking for. But I will respect the fact that every time we've come down here, we've had look belows and fail. Every time we've come up, we've had look above and fail. All right, so this is the main part of the range. Really today, I want to reject the 700s. It's kind of that simple. All right, we need to stay heavy under 700s. I'm not even interested in a reclaim. Stay heavy under 700s, and let's just finish off this move and take these guys out and get the cascade level, and then we can think about a bid up over the next, well, maybe even not even till next quarter, but we'll see. All right, so that's what I'm looking for. On the hourlies, we can think about this. We had NFP this morning, by the way, folks, which was, surprise, surprise, horrible. Who'd have guessed it? Unemployment's up and jobs numbers are down. Could never have figured that out, you know. What recession? It doesn't exist. What inflation? It's under control. There's great economy. Okay, you'd have to be a fucking idiot to believe what's going on in the media right now. Right? The numbers are there. People are struggling. Facts. Delinquencies up. Facts. People can't make payments on their houses, on their cars. Facts. We're running out of money. Facts. All right, we're going to get into a credit crisis here. We're definitely close to a liquidity crisis. All right, so just be smart, all right? Don't believe CNN or Fox or any of this crap. Read the real numbers. And they already came out this morning saying they're probably going to revise the January numbers and they're going to be worse than expected. No way. You cook the books again? No way. Okay, anyway. So overnight, yesterday we had that nice big meltdown. All right, this was a gamma squeeze, end of day back up. All right, big old gamma squeeze. Remember, these are huge gamma levels down here, right? This is where they are all hedged. They are expecting a sell, so they've hedged for it. Okay, so every time we come down here, if we don't sell through like this, we get a gamma squeeze. If we don't sell through today, we will get a gamma squeeze. We didn't sell through on Wednesday, we got a gamma squeeze, all right? But if they start getting under these levels, they will start seeing sell side pressure to come and take all these out, all right? We'll go over the gamma level shortly. Haley, give me a second. All right, so what we're watching here is current week developing profile, all right? We have a node right here. Let me get rid of this. You need to come off. No, not you. One above it. You. All right, we are trading into a node outside of current week's value. I would love to see a pop-up. This would be very, very good. A pop-up, they might not do anything. We might go straight panic. But a pop-up towards previous week value area low for a sell, or even to previous day value area low for a sell if they wanted to be really aggressive. All right, if they wanted to be really aggressive. That's what I would like. Ideally, just to previous week and current week. That would be more ideal for follow-through. All right, then we're going to get, we talked about this, didn't we? How many days have we talked about this? All right, if we fail down here and we can't reclaim this level, we can build a quasi. All right, we talked about it yesterday, the day before, the day before, the day before. I didn't know if it was going to do it because there was every chance it held here overnight and NFP was good and they ran it back up. But at the moment, we've got liquidity to use lower. So any return into sell would be most ideal. Okay, most ideal. That's what we're looking for. If we come here, you can now see the gamma levels. All right, so we're currently, these will move on the market open, I'm sure, within 15 minutes. We are underneath all of the 0 DTE put support. All right, so we have squeeze potential here, 0 DTE. Look at that, right the way down to 24,000. Exactly what I've been talking about the whole time, to clean out all of these levels. All right, there's negative squeeze potential down into that level. This is your high time frame block. All right, I expect down here us to find some form of bid, even the whole number at 24,000. All right, so that's potential. On the dailies, all right, you can put in negative under 670. We have put support 465 260. All right, 465, 260. 465 in between no man's land, 260, which is basically this. So all this block, all right? So they are starting to line up. The daily levels, put support, are starting to line up with what I'm expecting, which is good. Okay, let's move up. All right, so remember what we would like this morning. If the market's going to be very, very kind to us this morning, all right, what I would like, this is previous week low. Maybe they just pop and fail that. Maybe we don't pop at all and we go straight panic. But ideally, we get some kind of trade up here to fade. All right, if we reclaim this, they might well come up to this level. I will not be long today. I don't fucking care how many points that is. All right, 200 plus points. I'm not going to touch the longs. All right, if they come up to here, I'll be looking for that. I will watch this NFP high as well. Maybe they want to take that and then fade it. This is possible. All right, if they want to do a squeeze, that is possible. I'm not going to rule it out. But to stick to my rules, I will not trade that move up. Doesn't mean you don't have to trade it. But if they go for a squeeze up, I'm not going to trade it. I'm going to look to fade it back down. All right, just to make that clear. It's not going to be anything missed. It's a choice. John Dennis, you absolute legend. Every week coming here on a Friday, buying me lunch. Appreciate it, my friend. Very kind of you. All right, let's go through the indexes and the mag. All right. ES, same kind of story. All right. We are in negative gamma under 880s. They are trying to attack the 700s. I will tell you, if we start getting weak under 700s, it's night time. It is really night time. Like goodbye to 5-month range. We are going to roll. All right. So it's the same kind of issue here. You're looking for pops, ideally, if we're staying heavy, to fade. All right. Maybe they come and try and reclaim Globex and then fade it. Again, I would not be long in that personally, but it doesn't mean you can't be long in that if it sets up for the retest of 800s. All right, these are the big ones now. This is where most of the liquidity is being sat. All right, you can see this here. All right, this is the same as we had earlier in the week. Okay, we should have, this is your CTA level. All right, they should have dunked this. This was a must hold area. I cannot explain to you how key this area is for the market. All right, under that, we are major sell side pressure. Underneath this, it is goodbye. It is good night. Sayonara. All right, good night market. So any return into 675, which is faded, you're watching 670, 660 on the SPY. All right, I expect that to be a huge congestion there. QQQ is 600s, and look where we are. We are under the 600s. All right, we're under the 600s. So this is the same level as here last week. We should have stayed heavy on this. This was a gamma squeeze over it. All right, if they reject this level today, we're going to come for the 595, 590s, and then just they might just keep putting these in lower and lower because we are, all right, going to start to lose the range. All right. If we start losing this range, we're going to attack 82s. And if we start losing that, we don't have anything until we come right the way back here. This will be an island high. This will be a sell. We might gap down Monday, and then we'd be looking for that. All right. It seems extreme, I know, but we are in extreme circumstances. We can do that off this if they really want to. So 600s is the level. Mag, let's get through the mag. Well, Dixie is finding a bid, obviously. All right, so this is why we're getting an unwind. All right, Dixie's finding a bid. I'm not too unhappy about that, to be quite honest. Gold, it will remain the hedge. You have to see how that acts versus Dixie. If Dixie starts catching a bid, you might see sell side pressure. Silver is a leave alone, like I've said. VIX, by the way, boom. All right, VIX is on a tear. 30s in there, and I can tell you 35s has been there for a while. If anyone looked at the options data, Indy, if you're in here, hopefully you had a look. The moves on VIX, they have priced in these moves the last 2 days, all right? They were expecting this today. They were expecting this today. Any move up here, any hold over 25, even holding over this is major sell side pressure in the market. I want you to understand that. Major volatility. You're not going to need size today, folks. I can promise you the one thing you're not going to need today is size, all right? The moves will be fast and violent. Okay, Apple. Trying its best to hold on, but it's losing its range, isn't it? Look, bouncing ball. All right. It's losing its range. Any rejection of 60, downside pressure. This is the big level, 57.5s, all right, based on options. But rejection of 60, I'd expect downside pressure. Reclaim 60, maybe it goes back into this chop that we've had so far this month. Amazon, big sell. All right, here's your squeeze up. There's your breakout from 210s. Grindy. Backside of this move, sweeping this. Any rejection of 14s and 15s, you're expecting a sell back down to 10 on Amazon. Goog. Same story. Look at this sell side pressure coming in. All right, into negative squeeze territory now, down to 480. I'm going to have to zoom out of this. All my days, that does not look good. All right, we're losing everything from early Feb. So there's the pump up, failed to hold the bid, rejected that same line. You can see support became resistance, rejecting. If we reject, support becomes resistance. We're going to see follow through downside. You can see the mag starting to get heavy here. We'll drag the Qs down with it if it does. Meta, that is, I would say, relative strength there. Obviously selling on the day, but overall relative strength because it has a range underneath. So potentially it can protect this range, but if you see sell side pressure, again, it would be backside of the move, failing to reclaim, coming down towards the 40s, and we can judge what happens after that. Microsoft, right, this is the one that's got a chance because it's been sold off and this is more of software, but, you know, I'd be careful. Like I said, I'd be more willing to bid on a failed breakdown. I'd love Microsoft to do something like this, personally. I do have some long positions in Microsoft. I'm in the money on it, and it is catching a bid with the rest of the software sector, but you'd be watching for it has to hold 400 for that drive. Loses 400, and I think you're going to start to see sell-side pressure coming through. Nvidia's the big one, right? Chips selling off this morning. All of chips, MU, AMD, they all started to sell off this morning, and we are still inside this range from yesterday and the whole week. All right, so look above and fail over Monday's high. We can't get over Monday's high, so we're going to look at Monday's low, and this is the midpoint. So if we lose this 80s or midpoint, there's a chance to come back towards Monday's low. Remember, the big failure here is sub 70. This is the level. All right, this is the level. We go sub 170, market's in big pain. All right, that's what we're looking for in Nvidia. That's when the cascade will come, not before then, I wouldn't have thought. Tesla, same kind of story. All right, here you go. Monday's high puts the high of week in. Tuesday puts the low of week in. Who'd have guessed that? And failing to hold above that level. All right, you can say these are high weeks, but they're push and fail, back into range, right under the 400s now. So they're going to have to hold this pivot at 95s. All right, so any failure of 400, I'll be looking for a sell to 95s on Tesla. Reclaim 400, you're back into this range. If you lose 95s, you're coming for low of week. I don't think you'd come for low of week today unless something really drastic happens, just given the type of model we're in. That's worth noting. And we can have a look at some of these software names that caught a bid. So they're coming to trade a little bit back inside now. So all of these software names, we ranged, remember, after 40+% sales. Understand that, the difference between these and the Qs. All right, big sales into a range. Right, the question is, can it hold 52s or 50s for that move? If it loses it, we're coming right back in here again. And that's going to be the same with all of software, all right? Chips are all heavy, like we talked about. AMD's all heavy, but software all doing the same thing. Sell the news on hood, back inside. Netflix holding up well, but you wouldn't be surprised, given this, right? If we get a backside move, I wouldn't be surprised to see this coming over the next coming weeks, which would be ideal, and then I'll reload on the bid there. Remember, we were long from 70s. We paid ourselves a bit for that fill into hundreds. I'm going to wait for this to collapse a bit and then scoop long again is my plan. Okay. Let's have a good end of the week then here, folks, shall we? Let's have a strong end of week. It's a bit bigger. We've just got just over a minute left. There we go. Trading view running 10 minutes behind. Well, your trading view might, and it would be because you don't have CME data if that's the case. Thoughts on oil? Can have a quick look at CL. Sorry, let's have a look. Probably wants a breakout. Yeah, I mean, you would have seen India needing relief. All right, so they're now India now being allowed to do deals with Russia for relief. Doesn't like Trump really didn't plan this in, but yeah. What do you want to say? We're in a war with the region that produces the most oil in the world, and this is what's going to happen. He's going to have to go into reserves. Whole lot of hoopla in the media right now. We're winning this. We're doing this. We're doing this. Yeah. And the effect of it is, we're going to leave all that out, are we? We're going to leave the what it causes out, shall we? All right, back into previous week low. Market opening up here in 35 seconds. Ideally, I'll be looking for a little squeeze out. I'm not going to play the squeeze. Ideally, I get a pop to sell. That's the most ideal circumstance for me. I'll get a pop to sell. We're just going to have to see, folks. All right, we're going to have to see. They might just flush it straight out the gate. We've had a very big sell here, I will remind you. NFP high was all the way up at 900s. We've sold off 300 points here. So ideally, I want to see a pop to sell, and then we can see what's what. All right, 5 seconds here, team. See if we can clear out up here a little bit higher and then see what it offers. Come on, get your ass up. So testing 7s. Want to see it clear out through 7s, really. A little bit higher would be good. A little bit higher and then a fade. Watch SPY into previous week low. And QQQ, same kind of area, 602s on the Qs. It's that first pop. They haven't cleared out the liquidity higher, but first pop being sold into straight away there. What is all this on my screen? TradingView, what are you doing? What is that garbage on my screen? Give me a second, folks. Market profile. Go away. There we go. All right, there's your pop to fail. Let's see. Let's see. Watching previous week low here if they find a bid there for one more squeeze up. New York open now above us. Failing everything above New York open. All right, short here at previous week low. Taking a little partial straight away, nice and quickly. And we'll see if we can get follow through. If they reclaim New York open, I'll cut it. And we'll let it squeeze out towards the 40s and 50s if so. So watching 85s here. They want to turn the squeeze on. Still in this for now. They're just tapping 85s. Right, out this now. See if they want to squeeze up to 750. So that first flush, not too bad. Let's see if they can pop and then fail again a bit more. Wouldn't mind this. Come and clear out this liquidity above before I get back in again. We're going to move lower today. It's just how high do they want to squeeze it up? Can we come and go to, I don't know, 750s, 770s or not? All right. We're very, very heavy here on the market. Very, very heavy. So that push to 601, QQQ got faded. We're at 600s now. So this is the huge gamma level, remember. If we don't get under here, we can have gamma squeezes. So I'm just being a little bit careful here, waiting to see if I can get back in this again. We're underneath literally everything on the spiders right now. There's literally nothing until 665 at the moment. So this 670 level is your 600 level on QQQ. This 670 level is the 600 level. Wouldn't mind just a squeeze up and then a fade, but just depends what they're going to play and do today. There is liquidity above if they want to come and run it all. Into 70s would be amazing. It just doesn't look like it's got any power right now to get up there. Microsoft relative strength. Impressive. They can't even clear out 25s at the moment. Not in anything right now. I had that first go this morning, just waiting now, just in case it wanted to go without me. There's 25s. Yeah, they're trying to boost this up now. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get up towards these levels. So I'll be watching 70s and 50s. If we reclaim those, I'll be leaving it alone in case they're coming for this NFP high, which would be a savior on gamma again. Again. All right, they failed 25s. Back to New York Open. Finding a bid on New York Open. This thing's getting a little bit whippy here. Looking at 50-point M1 candles right now, folks. So just watch your ATR of 50-point ATR right now. Back to New York Open again. No, they're going to come under New York Open. ES looks relative weakness here on ES. ES is starting to let go. It's right near low of day already on ES. If they let that go on ES, it should start moving. I'm amazed that Microsoft, I'm looking at pretty much every stock now. Microsoft's still holding a bid. They're still trying to get that breakout on Microsoft, holding the Qs up just a little bit. New York Open, still watching this same kind of move. If Microsoft goes green to red, that will might be a signal. It is 9:30 already, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. Some of you guys in chat don't half talk some nonsense. Every pot being sold into still. Very, very heavy. Right, underneath New York Open again. Watching to see. These are bigger sellers coming in now. Starting to see follow through. All right, I'm starting to look to position short here if they're going to see follow through. I really wanted to pop towards 25s to 70s, but I'm not getting it. And they've just sold aggressively there at 700s. Can you get me in? I need some form of pop-up here. ES breaking down aggressively. Oh my God. I need a pop-up here to sell into. Otherwise, I'm going to get nothing. I'm going to get nothing. I've got to put something on here. Put a piece on here because we're just moving with momentum so aggressively in towards these lows. Here we go. Well under these gamma levels now. And I will add into this. If it offers me pops, I'm going to add into it towards value area low and New York Open. Still we're selling. Still not got any more size on. Remember, I'm looking for this giant blue box down here, folks. I've been looking for it all week. Here we go. Again, about to take out the pre-market lows. Still not got enough size on here. Maybe I can add versus pre-market lows if we snap and stay heavy. Really good. Here we go. If we snap and stay heavy, I'll add. There's the snap. All right, out of this. And I'll look for execute some more in a minute. I don't know why, like the guy calling for a cup and handle and bullish moves, like you, it upsets me that you are even saying something like that in this chat, given the heaviness of the tape, given what I've just talked about pre-market, given these areas that we're trying to attack, and you're looking for a cup and handle to go up or what? Like, I don't understand what you're looking at. Are you looking for a cup and handle to move down at the lows? Hopefully you're meaning, hopefully you're talking about a reverse cup and handle. Oversold, mate. Based on what? Your little 1 minute RSI? Oh. Shut the fuck up, man. It's not oversold at all. We're within 2 standard deviations on a Bollinger after contracting for a month. Do you know when it's going to be oversold? When we break outside of the range. I'll show you when it's oversold is when we go fucking waterfall and you all panic out of your long-term positions and I start buying against you. That's when we're oversold, all right? Oversold. Fucking hell. MACD and RSI on a 1 minute told me we're oversold. All right, yeah, still breaking down here. NQ popping up towards this current value area low. See if they resell this or if they're going to let this up to 70s. Again, watch your ATR. ATR is very, very high right now. And I think a break of 6 and you see major cascade. Buyers trying to step in here. They're trying to get aggressive on this tape for a lift. Here's the lift. That was the move towards 70. Didn't get the fill up there. It's so quick at the moment, you can't get filled. Here's the move back towards 70. So just watch to see if they reject this again, if buyers come in. Remember, these are huge, huge gamma levels. I cannot explain this to you enough, the importance of this level. If we stay heavy under there, this is where they're pricing in. If we reclaim it, there are gamma squeezes like we've had all week. All right, this is all about the options chain at this point. It's not about anything else other than the options chain. It's about the hedges. Do they want to unwind or not? All right, holding VPOC now. Still waiting for a re-entry here if it's going to offer anything. They're starting to absorb here now. So maybe buyers want to push a little bit higher now. ES still under pre-market lows though. We have divergence here because Microsoft won't fuck off. See if they can lift this up to 70s. All this liquidity is sat up there at 70s and 60s looking to get filled. It should be previous week. Am I in short? Not right now. I've had 2 shorts. I'm just waiting at the moment. Waiting. See if they can lift it and get some bulls to chase in and trap them. Vic's got a little bit stuck at 2850s here. Remember, like I talked about, we can have gamma squeezes out at these levels. I will not be playing longs. I will let the squeezes finish out and play shorts like we've done all week. If they're going to turn this into a gamma squeeze and a lift, I'm just going to let them do it. And I will fade it when they're finished with it. That big buyer pre-market, he was 800, wasn't he? 155 lot pre-market at 800. See if they can lift this a bit higher. Here's the New York Open. We've got lots of liquidity up here they can come and clean out, which would be ideal. ES stuck under VWAP. Man, Microsoft relative strength worth noting. 0.5% up. Worth noting that 0.5% up. Impressive. We're right at this gamma level. You can see it on your screen. We're literally right there. It's a big over under. We get big moves from here both ways. How's me being able to pay myself got anything to do with contracts? It's to do with hotkeys and moving stops in the money. It's got nothing to do with the amount of contracts, mate. Okay, it goes 10s. Let's see if they can lift through where we had this buyer pre-market that got stuck. Like 155 lot, 99 lot, 25 lot, 46 lot all got stuck at between 70s and 820. At the moment, they can't even lift up there. So heavy, such a heavy tape. ATR still elevated on a 1 minute, still very elevated on a 1 minute, the ATR. Oh guys, fuck off with your questions, seriously. Mad. How do I know when to enter? How do I know when to do this? Come on. Please. It's insane. If you don't join here pre-market, that's on you. I'm not going to go over everything a million times on stream. Come on. Right, see if they go through 25s up towards 800s here. They're lifting 25s now, so the sellers are moving higher and higher and higher. They're looking for that lift up by the looks of it. QQQ through to 601. So we might get some form of squeeze up here, which would be ideal. Like I said, if you were here pre-market, I'm ignoring the longs and the squeezes, and I will let them squeeze out as high as they want, and I'll play the backside. Yes, into VWAP. Spider's nowhere near it. Q's a bit short. Still not clearing out high of day here. Still getting stuck. Every push into 30s is still being sold. We're still holding the New York Open and VPOC. Under that, we're going to see heaviness. But I would much rather this cleans out higher first. They're trying to bid New York Open here. Maybe they can lift up to 780s, 800s, where the buyers came in earlier today, right? The buyers earlier today that got stuck are right the way up here. So we're waiting to see if it can lift up there at the moment. Oh, man, I keep getting stuck up here without lifting. Can't get any size on this. We're just chopping. We will see downside follow through. It's just when. It's how high will they go first. We're just stuck right at VPOC, right at this gamma level. It's a huge level, like they know. That's why we're here, because they know this is a massive level right here. We get under that, we have pressure. So we're going to just chop and chop and chop here until they're ready. Yeah, opening range set, and we're right in the middle of it. We got to let this market move away from this level. It's either got to squeeze higher or we got to see continuation lower. We can't trade in this zone, not anymore. It had the chance to go and it held. All right, so there's a little sweep and a hold. Maybe they want to come up and test this as what we talked about pre-market, wasn't it? Was a test of this area here. If we can come up here and find failures, it will be good, right? If we can come up here or here and find failures, it would be good. I don't really want it to come. Where's my previous day gone? Here. I don't really want it to come up to here, but it's possible it might want to. Oh my God, some of the questions in here are insane. How many ticks do I trade with my stop loss? Do you think a stop loss should be the same every day? Do you think it should be the same size every day? Do you think your stop loss should be based on ticks? Is that what you think? So today, if we have a 60 ATR, do you think I should use a 10-point stop loss? Fuck me, mate. You guys, some of you guys, I feel sorry for you. You have literally no hope. You have no hope if you're asking stuff like that. It's crazy. Okay, ES new low of day. We are still holding inside range here. Microsoft now gone green to red. So seeing sell side pressure come into this market. We're back under that big gamma level. We're just building out a lot of liquidity here. If we start to leave this level, there will be a cascading event. We're still just building out here. ES is low of day. We might just start puking soon if we start leaving this level. Okay, watching this now for the sell. I'm going to watch for low of day. I'm going to watch for any sell into 670 if they start rejecting 670. Yes, just absolutely motoring lower now. Come on, NQ. Vic's about to break out through high of day. Why, NQ, are you being such a shit to trade right now? Look at ES, so good. NQ, come on. Okay, watching this 670s. If they reject this, I will get short. If we reclaim this, there's nothing to do because ES has just swept the low. This would be like a really bad setup if we reclaim this. Here's 670 test. Got to stay heavy now. Putting one on here. And I'll add underneath the lows if we stay heavy. Still they're absorbing here. It's amazing that they want to absorb this when the ES has done what it's done. Balls of steel. I think we're going to get the fade soon. It's just how high do they want to go before they fade it. So I'm short versus 70s here. Come on. Let's see follow through to low of day and under. Seriously. NQ, seriously. The bid stepped up here at 50s now. Might pull this off if they're going to go squeeze. Seriously, NQ. Please don't give me another day of this bullshit. I'm going to sell off all night and then we're going to pump all day and then sell off right at the end. Come on. Out of this now. We'll re-add the same thing. How have you blown 2 accounts already? We've not even moved enough to blow 2 accounts. Right, still watching the same thing now. If we're going to come underneath this edge, I'm looking for the fade down into this blue box down here. Right, I'm looking for a huge trade today. If they're going to do it. If we're going to do it, this is what I want. I'm looking to get underneath here. Oh my God, where's my short thing? Right, I'm looking for, come on, TradingView. I'm looking to trade this today. Right, that's what I'm looking for. But it might be that they want to come up here and do it, or maybe even up here and do it. But that's the trade I'm looking for. I'm looking for downside pressure. I cannot believe how bad we are trading here this morning. It might just need a squeeze out before it does anything else. This is awful. This is absolutely awful. We're in 100. We're pinned in $100 range. $100 range, 100-point range. All right, maybe the squeeze out then. Literally moving up based on gamma and nothing else. Okay, other side of this. Still watching this same level, 670s. I want to fade under 670s. QQQ just stuck between 601 and 600. It's so bad, guys. This is bad. There is a sell coming in the market. It's just, is it now? Or do they save it for Monday? And do we have, like, you know, Sunday 500-point gap down like they did last week? Why would that not surprise me? Save the market today, do it on Sunday so only swing traders can position and win. Okay, here's the squeeze back up towards the high. Is the 25s. That's the clear out. They should come to previous day low now. They're going to do all this work. You might as well lift it to previous week low, value area low, and previous day low. Don't just get stuck straight away. Complete the fucking moves for once, NQ. 4 weeks of not completing auctions. Mad. Oh my God. Going to look at the same move. If we're going to do a fail breakout, I'm going to look at the same move under 70s. Right back to this gamma level again. We're just stuck. We need hedge funds to unwind these positions. Otherwise, we're going to do nothing all day. Right, watching the 70s again. I will hit this short side if we start getting underneath this shelf. Not until then. If we get underneath this shelf, I'm going to look to fade this all the way back down if they're done messing around. Otherwise, I'm going to let them squeeze it out further and look for the trade up here. Still holding this New York Open. We have not moved away from the open print. Not either direction. We're just stuck. It's like a head on a brick wall for 4 weeks. It's so tiring. We're literally going nowhere. What about AMD? Well, it's a whopping 1% down. Why? I don't get you guys, honestly. I don't get some of you. Still, they're holding. We're going nowhere. Everything's now flat. Flow zones are flat. VPOC's on top of New York Open. Momo clouds are flat. Previous week, everything's just curled in, nice and tight, and we're not doing anything. Microsoft gone back red to green now. A big seller coming in here, and he's not moving lower. Someone trying to absorb the tape here at the moment into 90s. Once they're out of the way, we'll probably get the move to 70s, and then we can see what we do. But at the moment, they're trying to absorb 90s for the lift to 775s. Still, they're absorbing 90s, and still, and still, and still. We need them to move and get under 70s, and then we can have a shot at something. ES looks so much better. I cannot believe we have relative strength in NQ with what I'm looking at on the board. It's amazing that the indexes are holding up. That's how I know it's just all gamma exposure. This is all options traders. It's got nothing to do with anything else at this point. Literally nothing. Big seller at 650. What, from this morning, you mean? From pre-market? Yeah, but I mean, there was also the same size was where we are now. We're just going to have to wait for 70s and a snap. We're watching this shelf here. We've got to wait for this to let go. You've got to understand this is their exposure level, right? This is QQQ 600. If they want to squeeze off this, they will. We need to see this, right? At the moment, we're just pinned in. We are pinned in at the biggest... So you understand, this is the biggest level for 15 years. It's the biggest hedge for 15 years. All right? It is massive, guys. It's not a joke here. Do your research, right? The hedging that's taken place is the biggest for 15 years. Here's the retest of the 70s again. So you get under 70s, I'm interested in the short. All right, here's the test of 70s. All right, putting a piece on now, and if we come back inside, I'll hit it harder. If we come back and like reject 75, I'll hit it harder. So I've just got a piece on in case we flush away from here. They're still trying to absorb. So we need to sell now at 75 or I'm out. I want to attack this now. If they sell this, I want to attack. Dangling right at that range. Just let it go, for fuck's sake, you idiots. Get out of the way. Here we come. Adding a bit more. I'll be careful here in case they whip me. Come to 600s, mate. Look, you want to come to 600s. Stop absorbing the tape here. Seriously. Seriously. Come on. Here we come. Come on. Stop being idiots. Don't know why they're even bothering. Get out the way. I'm getting tired of this every day. It's so much easier if we didn't have these options chains. Come on. Otherwise, I'm going to cut this. I'm just out of time. You need to move lower, and you need to do it now. Right in the middle of the range. You've got to be careful here. Still, they're trying to absorb here. Once we let go, we're going to go 600s pretty quick. Here come the sellers. They're trying to get follow through now. Stop absorbing it, mate, at 50s. Go away. Guys, relentless trying to refresh buy this at 50s. Go away. Better. Get through him. They're restacking 50s. There is a buyer here, just relentless. He's literally relentless. Trying to give this a chance to move lower. Here we go. Nice. Finally. All right, let's go 600s and then let's just fucking start puking, please. Stop playing games. Right, we need SPY under 670s, which is attacking now. Under that, we've got another 5-point move. And SPY, we've got so much room on NQ once these idiots get out my way. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Fucking plunge controls here, are they? We're just going to save non-stop gamma. Are you fucking serious? 4 weeks of this. 4 weeks of this. Oh my God. I'm so done with this market, man. This is getting ridiculous. Obviously stopped out there flat. I will wait for the same trade. It's going to happen. It's just whether they want to squeeze out further first. But it's going to go down. It's just probably going to do... If they're not going to do it today, they're going to do exactly what they did last week. They're going to squeeze up all day, and they're going to do a gap down from hell and make sure that none of us can play it. And that's like the dirty tricks. All right, so coming back to previous week value area low, previous day low. I will relook at these areas, but if they squeeze right through, they can come 880s now. Look at them just turn this on off the gamma. So this is all options traders like we talked about. Can't get acceptance under 70s, gamma squeeze. Exactly the same as yesterday, exactly the same as Monday or Tuesday. I forget which day we were here. Both. All right, there's previous day low tack. What's that, Microsoft? No, don't do an update. Please don't do an update now, Microsoft. Thanks very much. There's the previous day low, previous week low. I don't know if they want to go more now. They've done so much work to get away from that gamma. They might just go and do more at this point. Dirty, dirty, dirty. It's frustrating playing with options traders sometimes. Well, for me it is anyway. I find it frustrating. Maybe it's just me. Market does make sense. It's not that it doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. Look, it makes perfect sense. There's nothing that's not making sense here. We're at the edge of a 3-week balance, right? We're at the edge of a 3-week balance. This is their gamma exposure to save the market. If we lose this, we puke. We can build liquidity here for a while and then puke. They are either going to do it today or they're going to do it on a gap down. It makes perfect sense. There's nothing here that doesn't make sense. It's just frustrating that they keep saving and saving and saving and saving when really the liquidity is here to be had. They know they want to move lower. They're just going to do the same things that they did this week. Trap everyone in, sell it. Trap everyone in, sell it. So they might have to do the same and sell it again. And it's boring at this point that it's so repetitive that we have to sit through these gamma squeezes before the moves come. It's just boring at this point. Options have always been traded on futures. It's not that they mixed. There's been options and futures for a long time. It's not a new product. Where's the cup and handle, mate? The handle would be up here. What are you talking about? The handle, and he was saying at 9:30, which is the open. The handle would need to be up here, right? That would be the move if it was a handle. We definitely don't have that right now. We're into here. There's nothing setting up like that right now. All we've done is lift up into previous day low. That's all we've done right now. I don't know what's more annoying, the market or the stupidity in chat. Yeah, lots of selling under here at 50s and 64s, but they're not moving lower. They're not moving lower. They're just getting caught here. So this is what I'm saying. If they don't lose these levels, this was the level that we talked about shorting. If they went for a squeeze, I'm interested in shorting this, but we're going to need to see this move here. If they hold this, they're going to try and lift straight up here. Remember, they've now defended this level. That's the key thing. The best move comes underneath this. The best move comes here. So there might be a short here, but here is where I want to attack it, because that's where we get a waterfall moment. It's just whether they're going to let it happen, right? That's all it is right now. Right, if we reject here, we got to get back under 30s and back into value on the day. Otherwise, we can lift higher and higher and higher. No. Some questions are fucking stupid. Some questions are stupid. They are. I always used to say no questions are stupid, but there are people in chat saying stupid things right now. I'm sorry, but there are. All right, last push just failed 770s. Previous day low again. So sellers now in control under 64 and 50s, and they will need to stay heavy there. Right, we might get the sell here. Watching this same level. So sellers taking control at the 50s. Again, I want to add heavy underneath gamma. Right? We're just right back to value area high here. We can't find a bid here. We need to lose this bid and just start slamming faces. See, these are the questions. I just joined. Are you looking for buy or sells? Those are the stupid questions, right? Those are the stupid questions. Coming in, just wants a signal. Sellers out of position now. So re-squeeze is on here. They're going to do whatever they want. I'm becoming less and less interested in the market. If we go and reclaim up here, I'm not trading it. Not trading it. Any reclaim of up there, I'm not trading it. It's too risky at that point. They need to sell this and sell it soon. Otherwise, I'm uninterested in the market for the remainder of the day, because they will just chop you all to death. Let's see. No, I've had like one scalp and that's it, with no follow through, or maybe two. One break even, one scalp, no follow through. ES now stuck between New York Open and New York VWAP, just completely stuck. I'm telling you, if they do like a massive gap down on Sunday, I'm going to be furious. Absolutely furious. If they pin it up today and we gap it down on Sunday under the pivot, the most manipulated cooked shit ever. All right, watching big sellers coming in, same levels again here, 30s. We've got to get back inside value and watching this level. Still looking for a sell. Okay, here we go. Let's watch. They're holding that edge, so they just came under the 10s, held into this shelf. We fail pops here back to 50s. There's a selling opportunity. I don't like that they've added liquidity at 800 and he's just sat up there. This is just like the last few days. Keep putting liquidity higher, trying to attract the market. We should be selling off. We should be rotating lower once these guys are done with it. They're staying heavy here. We're going back into range. I'm going to look to sell this. watching 700s, watching the pops up towards 40s and 50s to sell into an imbalance here. Okay, and I'm going to get heavy under 670s. Here's point of control. I want to get heavy under 670s if it would give me the opportunity. There we go, it's value area low. I can see if I can add. Had to put something on there on the failure. And I'll look to add under 670s if we start staying heavy under 670s, because it's the gamma level. Look, surprise, surprise, where we're trying to find a bid. All right, it's literally just gamma. So once they're done with this, like I said, we should be moving much, much, much lower. Same trade idea. I'm looking to trade down into this today. So any pop-ups, I will be looking to sell this. Maybe if we reject shelf at 700 would be good now as well. So 700 would be ideal, and then put some size on under 770s if we're going to wash. Here's the pop towards 700. New York Open. They're still selling VPOC in New York Open. I wouldn't mind a little drift just over it and then a sell. Looking to hit the backside of this. Come on, just a little pop up. Come and show me 700s and see what you've got. Trap these buyers and then we'll sell it off. Nice. Let's see if we can get followed through under 70s now. Here we come. Let's break down under 70s and I'll start adding if we can stay heavy under 70s here. Seriously, stop saving it. Fuck off. You've done it. You've done it enough today. Stop saving this level. Oh, options traders, please go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Mate. Gonna have to cut this if they hold a reclaim of 700s here. Fuck me. Relentless, these guys. Absolutely relentless. If this holds this bid here, I'm out into 10s. We've got to close heavier. Out. Don't like that. We'll always add back in, but don't like that. They just held 10s. They should have let go of this, and they didn't. So maybe a re-squeeze now, because they've held gamma again. Don't remember having to focus so much on options levels, but it's mad. Mad the amount of volume there. And this guy 800 again is up there just trying to trap price. Oh my fucking lord. Options traders making this range really boring. We're going to close this month, or we've closed this month. We're going to be here, stuck here now for a whole month. We've not gone anywhere on a daily chart. We've literally not gone anywhere. Fucking nuts, man. Absolutely nowhere. So they're going to look to clean out the higher day here and maybe go VWAP. Look at all that liquidity added above just for jokes. They're now adding at 850s just for jokes because they've just saved the gamma level. So they're looking to trade all the way up here now and maybe all the way up here. Impressive. Impressive hold. All the way up we go. So clearing out previous day low. If they can squeeze this now, for, like I said, I'm not playing longs today. I don't care. The sentiment is so bad right now. There's no way I'm playing longs. They can lift up here. If you're trying to play the squeezes off these are legit setups. There's no way I'm playing them. I'm looking for us to get heavy under it, but they won't let it go. I will give this like another hour. If we're not doing anything by then, I'm just going to take the rest of the Friday off. I'm not going to fuck around with options players on a Friday. See, these are settings I find amazing. What are the VWAP settings? Back over those sellers from this morning. So any bid here that holds 50 should re-squeeze higher. I'm literally turning chat off. You guys are just relentless. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's the numbers along the bottom? Are you fucking for real, mate? Are you for real? Same as every chart you look at. It would be time, right? All right, here's the 800 test. They live through this. They want 50s. I told you AMD will hit the gap and then it'll be short. We're not trading AMD. No one like. Do you want a medal? Well done, well done. You got a medal for AMD. We're not trading AMD, mate. I told you you'd say something completely useless. Like, just stop. All right, ES it's new or open. If they squeeze through here, ES still has VWAP above. SPY's now through its VWAP, and it can come attack previous week low if it really wants to. So previous week, it's previous day into 75s. And they can keep lifting this. If they really, really want to, they can keep lifting this up into here. It will be an impressive hold of this same level over and over and over again. And maybe they go for the NFP high, which would be something. It would be quite something, I tell you, if they went for that. They're failing 800 there. They're still absorbing into that move into the 64s where those sellers last got stuck. This is just going to whipsaw around. It's just squeezes, guys. Look, squeeze up, fade down, squeeze up. It's all it is. When they're done with this, it's going to get nasty, but it's just going to keep squeezing. Until they unwind their hedged positions, this is what we're going to get in the market. I'm a joke, am I? I still think they're looking to clear out 800s to go to 850s here. what's happening? Nothing. Nothing's happening in the chart. And if you guys want to talk shit, I can just trade my own account. I don't need to fucking be here. So if you guys don't want to learn, if you guys want to talk shit, that's up to you. I don't need to do any of this stuff. So I've told you what I'm looking for. I told you pre-market what I'm looking for. I've told you numerous times on stream what I'm looking for. I don't need to keep going over it. So we've talked about the levels we're in. We've talked about the clear out that might happen here. We talked about where they clear out to. We talked about what I'm looking for. We talked about the gamma squeeze potential. But you know, we've got little kids that think I'm a joke. That's why we have like fucking 300-400 point winners on these streams. That's why I'm a joke. Oh look, there's the clear out. No way. I must be a joke for calling that. Fucking assholes, mate. So there's a move to VWAP. There's the clear out of 800. They're still adding more liquidity up to 50s, trying to lift it. Big buyer came in there at 800, so you can use that as your under over now. 142 lot. They're still adding liquidity higher. And it wouldn't surprise me at this point if they're going to try and lift it to neutral point, but we'll see. If we move under 800, then there's a big buyer caught. That is a good auction, that move over. They've still got liquidity over it, but if we move under 800, it's interesting. Still they squeeze. ES wants VWAP by the looks of it. It's trying to play the catch-up trade. I'm not letting anything wind me up. It just gets boring at this point, guys. Like, if you don't want to learn, if you want to come and talk shit, don't expect me to keep turning up. It's really that simple. Like, I give you the levels beforehand. I've told you what I'm looking for. I don't need to narrate the whole thing. I don't need to do anything. Not really. We're coming into an hourly sell point. That's why it's red. It's not an hourly demand. We're coming into an hourly sell point. It's just whether they want to clear out at 850s and let ES to VWAP. This, like, I'm going to keep saying it until you guys fucking understand. It is a gamma squeeze. That's it. That's all this is. It's a gamma squeeze up. We've talked about this level, why it's being saved. It's the biggest contract for 15 years at this level. It's a squeeze up. Like I've said, if they don't sell it here, where I'm interested, then they have the potential to take it up to here, which I'm not interested in. And if they gap down next week, they'll come for these. And maybe they save it all day. But this is a slugfest to sell into. And if you don't believe me, you're just going to have to wait and see what happens. Range is a range. Yeah, I mean, we're going back into the range now. Like we talked about at the beginning of the show, if we reclaim this, I become not interested in this market because it's the edge of the range. It's like I have to explain myself because you guys can't listen. So then you want to battle afterwards because you turn up an hour late and then want to battle with me. You all did the same yesterday and you got caught with your fucking pants down at the high of day. So just stop, man. Like, just stop it, please. It's literally exhausting for me. It's Delta, though. It's not like angry if one day. It's that you lot keep turning up day after day doing the same shit, and it's just getting tiring. Like, you've got no respect for other people. You've got no respect for when someone turns up each day and helps you out? None. Cool, get out. I don't care. Like, watching these same levels up here. Watching where this buyer came in with size at 800 for us to move under that and stay heavy. Not before that. Watching this now very carefully as they start to try and sell versus this buyer who's caught. We move away from this level. Yes, we'll need to trade back under New York Open. Nothing's changed for me. I'm looking at the same setups. Just whether they need to clear out liquidity above or they get stuck here. Nothing has changed for me. It's clear out 50s and they're adding 900s now, right the way up there, which would be, yep, to neutral zone. And that would be my no trade zone. We get up there, I'm not interested. It means we're going to come clear out NFP, which we marked out here. And I will not want to trade that. It'll be straight squeeze. It'll be the same as yesterday and the day before and the day before. It looks more and more probable for a full squeeze, full reversion. Thanks, Indy man. Appreciate that. I'll speak to you after all of this. Appreciate you. All right, here's the move to 900s, neutral zone. And then if they take that out, they're going to come and clear out the NFP high. And then we go right the way up to 960s. And they can keep squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, just like the last few days. So good protection of those lows again. And this now we're into no man's land. And if they, I mean, if they trade through 900s, 940s, 970s, 25,000 possible, it's literally back into no man's land. And quite literally nothing has changed for 4 weeks. Quite literally, not a thing has changed for 4 weeks at this point. Really impressive. Really impressive save. Gamma levels from Tanuki. No, not everything is green now. What are you talking about? What are you talking? This is what I can't understand. What are you talking about? Nothing is green until we're over the gap fill, and we're nowhere near the gap fill. Does this look green to you? Does this mag look green to you? Do these indexes look green to you? They're not green, guys. What are you like? You say stuff in chat like you're trying to attract people the wrong side of a trade because you don't have enough knowledge yet. Like, there's literally the only mag that's green is Microsoft. That's it. Apple 1.31% down, Amazon 1.70% down, Google 0.42% down, Meta 2.24% down, Nvidia 0.87% down, Tesla 2.12% down. As an equally weighted mag, 1.33% down. Do you mean I'm looking at heat map? Like, what are you? What's green on heat map? What, some aggressive buying? Like, come on, man. Please stop telling me what to do. You're telling me not to be emotional. Just how about you guys stop telling me what to do? It's not emotional by correcting someone saying everything's green, is it? Where was the last big buyer? 800s. 800's still the level. And we had a little piece up here, but the main level is at 800s down here. All right, so where they came in and bought aggressively, trying to force that bid up to 900s right now. They're still trying to lift. They want that NFP high at the moment. Like I said, I'm not going to play the squeeze long. I'm going to wait for this to peter out. If you don't think this is a squeeze, I don't know what to tell you. This is a straight squeeze up. At the moment, they want the 880s and they want this level up here, 908s. And if they get through that, they can come neutral zone 960s. And it's going to be very hard to think about a short up there on a recovery, but that's where they want to go. This is very much like the last few days. We go straight squeeze up and then they will resell it off. Insane the way they're pushing it. Yeah, I mean, this is what, like I said, this is what happens. This is the biggest level for 15 years. Right? This is the biggest level of gamma for 15 years. Right? Under that, there was a waterfall moment, which is why I've been trying to position for that. Over that, there is an unwind squeeze moment, which is what we're seeing here. This is no different to what happened earlier in the week at this same level. This was protecting it yesterday, and this moment here, this is exactly the same, right? See these straight squeezes every time we come back into this same level, right? From 760, 760, right? It's a squeeze level. previous day low coming up? ES previous day or previous week? Previous day. Yeah. So if ES reclaims this, it's got another leg. And SPY can go 80 or 81 if it really wants to really turn the heater on. Which at the moment it looks like they do. So 900s and then 908s for a full recovery, like nothing's happened. And then 960s and then 25,000. Again, I'm not playing the longs. I don't care. It can go up as high as it wants. There's no way you're going to get me playing the longs today. I said that openly at the beginning of the day, even if they squeeze right up here. I wouldn't short at 900. You'll probably get blown out. It'll probably wick you out before it does anything else. Who plays these games? No, this is hedge funds. This is not retail at this point. This is hedge funds. You got to understand like how much pressure they're under here at those lows. Like how you're talking about a 5-month worth of impact, right? ES rejecting previous day low so far, but it can find a bid at VWAP if it wants. Remember, this is straight squeeze up. This can come all the way back down when they're done with it, if and when they're done with it. All right, so I wouldn't be surprised whether it's here, here, or here. All right, this whole thing, all the volumes down here. This is a straight squeeze up right now, or at least into, when is that previous week? What's this level here? Yeah, this level would be important. They can build out here if they want, but on the daily move, then come right back for this once they're done with it. It's just whether they've got to take this or maybe get to neutral point first. It's going to be very hard to take that short. Very, very hard now. Big selling coming in here. They can come right down to 800 again now in one go if they really want to. No, I had pre-market the NFPs, this line, white line above NFP highs just here. It's there or thereabouts, but this is the actual wick. It's at 908s. So if they want to take NFP out, they go 908 first. Some people just front running this. So they can come back and check IB here, which will be 30s. And if they fail IB, we're going to go and check 800s. They should really try and hold in front of 830s for that move to take out 908s, really, if they're going to complete the move on liquidity. ES has got a long way to go to play catch-ups. Nowhere near. It's nowhere near. Let me look at software here. Yeah, I mean, market's getting wrecked. It's just a squeeze up to be sold into. This will get sold into. Like, I'm confident they will sell into this. It's just whether they do it today or tomorrow, or gap it down. Quietly do it and do it on a gap. So here's the move to 30s. Now, if they don't bid this, we will go 800s. ES doing the same, back to 24-hour view up and IB. So they got a chance to bid this to go to 908 and lift. And if they can't bid it, we can go 800s, and then the market will start to get in trouble. It'll look a bit more dangerous down there. Just 30 tests here. If they lose this, we go 800s. If they hold this, they should be able to clean out the highs. It's a big test here. This is the 30s. If they lose this, we're going to go 800s because we haven't really got anything before then, unless they hold VWAP. Big sellers coming in here. Here's a move back down towards 800s then, and we're going to check where those buyers were. And if those buyers are out, there'll be no bid, and we will slam this whole thing. Because the last buyers came in right here. It's a big block. Right, we're checking these buyers where we had the big block. So if we lose 30s, we check these buyers at 800s. If we lose 800s, we're going to check 65s, and then we can wash the whole thing. I'd imagine they'll try and at least have one more return upside, and then see if they fail and put a lower high, or if they go and do a clear out. So there's probably, the setup is probably coming. It's either going to be this or something like this, I would imagine. It's likely soon. Right, I'll go to the bathroom while you guys figure that out. Let's see. Yeah, starting to reject now as well. They're going to make this really hard. Really, really hard. His value area high check, his 800 check. Big level here. They lose this, there's a wash available. Some massive levels where the buyers last stepped in. We're checking where the buyers last were. It's up to you, Jeffrey. 20-hour course comes with the indicator and or version of it and Discord. The volume profile course and order flow doesn't come with Discord or an indicator. Depends what you're looking to learn. Sensitive level here, like we talked about, 800, 830, very sensitive. Kind of nasty that they left NFP up there. But, you know, they can collapse this whole thing if they want. I'd say under 800, we're very, very thin on the weekly profile on the current week. And we can go right back here. So under 800, this can happen. The worst thing is they left low-hanging fruit above, but they can do that move. So I'm watching it. Right now, they're still bidding at 800, all the way down to 62s. Which is where sellers came in aggressive, 64, 65 this morning. This will move fast either direction now, which is such a big level. If they hold it, we can pump very, very quickly off this. If they lose it, we can wash very aggressively. There's a huge, huge delta level. Here come the sellers. They're trying to get us under it to see if they can get follow through to 760s. Here they come. Watching this if they reclaim and squeeze, or if they reclaim and let go, or push to claim and let go. Underneath those buys now, they're going to look for a move towards 65s now. And under that, we can give the whole thing back. Buyers trying to step up here at 80s. I think they get washed out to 60s. Here we go. And yes, I am in it. And no, I'm not telling you everything all the time anymore because it's just too tiring. Here's the move to 60s. 64s is the big level here. Under 64s, 50s. And then they have to make a decision on previous week. Are they going to want to bid this and resell it? Or do we just slice the whole thing? And was this a squeeze to give the whole thing back? Just like the last few days. So you would now need 800s to stay heavy. Any push up to 800s, you want that to stay heavy. Nice. Let's see. Sellers coming in here. Want to be careful here. This is where they tried to sell earlier, remember. 65 to 50 is where they tried to sell earlier. Underneath that, we can get a complete collapse. But they might try and absorb sort of here into New York view up. What I'd like now, really, ideally, is a return back up to sell into. And ideally, they sell it here. And we come down for this. And then ideally, a collapse under this. And we complete this move. Because this was Fugazi. It was absolute bullshit. Like normal. It wasn't buyers in the 60s that we're playing against. It's sellers in the 60s that we're playing against, because that's where their pain is, right? That's where they got stuck. Looking at return up towards 800 now to see if they resell it. A reclaim of 800 will mean a resqueeze higher. So if they reclaim 800 and certainly 830s, then they have a chance to go all the way back to higher day. So we'd want this really, if sellers are going to take control, to stay heavy versus, what was that first level? Sort of 95 to 800. So if I'm going to add any more size on, I'm going to need to see buyers come in and get rejected into 95 and 800 here. And if they reclaim that and value area high, then I'll probably just cut it. Certainly if they go through 820s, I'll be cutting it. So far, seeing sell pressure on every push up. Can they lift a bit higher here if I'm going to put size on? So watching this move towards 800s. And if they reclaim, certainly sort of 805s, 818s, then no good. But if they reject up here, if there's a push up here which fails, I can maybe sell into it for that move lower. Nice buyers got trapped on that last push into 90s. Wasn't quite high enough for me, but maybe if we see follow through now, we'll have a little look. Here we go. Seller coming in here, big seller getting absorbed there. I want to be careful here. Looking for a breakdown, but it's a big, big contentious level, because this is where sellers, remember, sellers got stuck this morning at 50s. Buyers are currently stuck into 800. So that's the rotation, 50-point rotation here while they build this out. Yeah, it's just caught a bid off New York view up as well. Here's a lift to 800s, right? You want to be careful here. Any lift over 815s is squeeze potential. So you want to be very careful here. Here's the lift to 815s. So they might come back for that NFP high. Remember, we left low hanging fruit at the high. So out of this now. They're looking for a re-squeeze now all the way back up to that NFP high. Look how quickly we squeeze. This is just like the last few days. So sellers can't get their way. We held value. We come right the way back up. Remember, we have a low hanging fruit up here. If they want to get really nasty, they just print this thing right the way back up. These are big, big moves. Big swings. We've talked about it quite a few times, that in bear markets, the repush higher can be very, very aggressive. Much bigger than in bullish markets, the pullbacks, much bigger. It's not even buyers though, guys. It's guys stopping out. It's not really buying. I think they want this then. We'll just see. It's wild how quickly they move it. Here they come. So they're coming for NFP by the looks of it. And they're adding liquidity over 9s now. Now you've got the argument for your cup and handle. Whoever said that was what thought we had one here. Now you have one potentially here for a measured move break. Can't deny that now. Now you have it. Yeah, Microsoft's been holding market up all day. Oracle as well, the software having a bid again. Big bid on software. We talked about that. The divergence in the market, in the queues. Hardware selling off, software catching a bid. That's why we've been long software in swings. Can't come up here and fail. They've got to come and clear out at this point. Yeah, AVGO is up, but only like 1%. But yeah. C70 is holding back the waterfall. Is the current level we're at also an options wall? It was supposed to be support, so it could potentially be resistance now, but I would argue they want to come up to here, which is neutral zone. So this is negative gamma. This would be like positive gamma over here. So that at the moment it's a wall, but it should be support, and we've already traded through it. So I would imagine they're coming for this. They want to stop hunt this white line and lift up into here, and then if they start basing here, they've got more chance of moving upside on a Friday. I'll be online whatever time 9:30 is for market open. It doesn't matter if that's an hour earlier because of daylight savings or not. It's just on the New York Open. They should come and complete this auction. They shouldn't be failing here as much as they are. They should really come and complete this auction. It's NQ, and NQ keeps leaving dirty auctions recently. Yeah, to the guy wanting the signal, I mean, that's your problem, isn't it? Because I've told you the levels I'd look for. I've told you where people are stuck. I told you the failure points. And if you're not willing to learn and you just want me to say I'm buying here, I'm selling here, I can't really do much with that. That's on you, mate. That's not on me. What position can you take here? I mean, I'm not in any position here. Nothing. View on UNH, or is healthcare catching a bid yet? Still, no. No view on it right now. There's no rotation. There's no real rotation into healthcare yet. So they're still looking to clear out NFP by the looks of it. Still liquidity at 900 and above. And I wouldn't be surprised if they send it all the way to 25,000 at this point. They've done so much hard work to get up here. Or at least clear it. At least clear it out and then fail. And if not, they don't fail, then 25k. If you want to know about the Mag 7, you should have gone to the beginning of the day. I'll go over everything there. I'm not going to do it now. You can just rewind the video. Is that a serious question, Debt God, or not? I can't tell if you're joking or not. What software is? As in software companies, Oracle, Adobe, Netflix, software-based companies versus hardware-based companies like Nvidia, Tesla, etc., etc. Right, which software-based companies? Well, if you look at the bid the last few days on like Oracle and Netflix, or look at the ETF for software, you will see that it's based out and caught a bid after selling off, I don't know, 30, 40%. Right, even the same thing with Microsoft. Microsoft heavily software-based. So it's, these weaker names have started to catch a bid because they've been oversold. Whereas tech's not oversold as a whole. Like hardware, we're going sideways. Right, here's the lift. They're going to go again for this lift. They're trying to come and clear out this white line and get a squeeze up to 960 at the moment. No, there's no sell right now, guys. I don't understand. Like, the opportunity was here. Then it's a stop out. And now the opportunity is that they're trying to do this. Why would you sell here? I don't see a sell there personally right now. Yeah, CL breaking out. Yeah. Yeah, send it to me, Rohan. Love to read it. Love to read it. All right, 600 lot seller here. 895. See if they fill him. They're trying to fill him, so he's legit. They've just fully filled him. So now we've got a 724 lot buyer, market side, just in front of 900. So we can make a note of that. And ideally, we sweep, and then when we come back underneath that market buyer, he'll be in pain. That's what we now know. So that buyer just in front of 900 was huge. 724 lot there. Yep, 724 lot. And his average price is 894. So we'd like a little pop over and then failing, clear everything out, and then fail back under that level. I don't use deep charts, but I've heard it's good, but I can't really give that strong an opinion on it because I don't use it. I use NinjaTrader. And they come, they're trying to fill this and complete this move. What was that level? 908 to 960. So if they can squeeze 908 for 960. It's got to complete this higher, ideally. Yeah, Carlo, I want it to get over 908. Over 908 would be ideal. These are every expiry. I can put it to 0, but these are just showing me every expiry. I have 0 underneath. I have every expiry up there, so I can just see who's going to run out when. Cannot believe they're not going to clean that out. What a fail. Write it back down. All these sellers piling in. I can't believe they're not going to clean that out. I wonder if they retrap and have another go at this or not. Do they have another go? Here's the pop. Well, we'll watch 71s if they're going to fail 71s. It's not ideal. Would have preferred a clear out of NFP high. But I'll watch short at 71s if they fail at 71s. Sellers coming in here. Might retrap and have another squeeze here. We'll see. If we can get something on versus 70s. Here's the fail. Still retrapped and held. Here's the lift towards 70s. So this might be the trap to move higher. We'll see. I want to see the test of 70s before I make a decision. Here we go for 70s. See what they do here. Don't like that we've left low-hanging fruit at the high. So if we get through 70s, then I think they've trapped to move higher. We're about to find out though. Yes, still holding 24-hour view up. So if they get through 70s, then high of day, 70s to 77s, then high of day. If they reject that, then I think we can start rotating. Big battle here. ES into view up again. ES, let's go view up. And we're going to start moving, I think. So waiting for 70s test still. The longer we're here, the worse it is because we're building out another shelf. We're going to build out this double shelf here, which is not ideal. So really watching for these moves into this 70s and see if it makes a decision here. Here we go, 70s. Now, if they squeeze through this, they're going to go high of day. So that would be the trap to move. So big bar coming in here. Tempted to put one on, but we've still got liquidity higher at the moment. Don't trust it yet. Tape's not really shifted that heavy yet. Some selling coming now. It delayed that. Okay, one on here. Let's see. And let's see if we can get down to 30s and then let go. Those big buys again at 30s from earlier in the day. Under that, under 30s, we go 800s. Got to get under 30s underneath the initial balance. Going to move this now. Yeah, so watching this. Into these 30s. Let's see if we can get follow through now to 800s. Same trade as earlier. This grey box. So they can absorb here. If we get under this grey box, then I think we go 800s. And then maybe if we get really lucky, we get a full wash down here. Depends if they're done with it. If they're done with it, it'll be fun. Work out. So you can take some off if you've got enough size on into 30s. I don't have enough size on yet. So 30s to 60s, 70s can be the rotation. Now under 30s we test 800. Under that we test 750s. Under that we test 700, which would be really nice. And then under 700 we can have some fun. Yeah, value area high is this grey box, correct? This blue line here. That's what we're holding right now. But if we rotate, if we lose value area high and we lose initial balance, remember initial balance is here. This will be a look above and fail into previous day's value, a rejection of previous day's value. If we lose current day's value, we should return to POC. Right, so this trade here becomes available if they're done with it. if they're done with it. So we're positioned for it. They might not be done with it. They might keep holding this and try and take this low-hanging fruit, which is this would be a much better trade if we'd done this, right? That would be much better if we cleaned out the level. But like I keep talking about, NQ recently keeps being a little bit dirty, leaving levels. Again, I'd be much willing to put more size on this if we'd cleared out the NFP high. The fact that we didn't do that is a little bit troubling. We've also got 24-hour VWAP, current value area high, and IB all here at one go. So we have to be like cognizant of this 30 level. It's a massive, massive level. When we start moving under this, we can have a lot more fun. Let's see if they can start using this as resistance on these next pushes in and rotate to 800 and then start losing 800. That would be really good. Here we go. Is the move towards 800 where these buys were earlier? Seeing some absorption on the tape here. Someone's trying to aggressively sell, not really getting their way right now. '30s has got to stay heavy for me to be comfortable. They can absorb here if they want. This is second go at this. The same trade as we had earlier, exactly the same. Okay, so this pop up really, you want to see it reject 30s. We do have imbalances up to 48 and 50s, but that would be into my cost basis, so I don't really want to see it go there. Here's the 30s test, and you want to see them fade this. Look at these guys stacking all the way up to 60s here on the tape. I don't know if you can see that. They feathered 10 lots, like from 35 all the way to 60. They've feathered 10 lots. So let's see what we do here. My cost base is about 51 right now, so I don't really want it to come up there, but it looks like they're going to try and lift it up there based on what these idiots are doing on the tape. A 30 rejection would be amazing here. Nice. That's a really good rejection, right? We want to see this move to 800 now. It can go for another leg up. Yeah, if it keeps absorbing 30s, it absolutely can, because it's got unfinished business up here. It absolutely can. If it keeps absorbing 30s. Right, so remember, I'm positioned from here. All right. If it keeps absorbing this, it does have unfinished business up here. There's no way I can deny that. So it very much can come up here. It can do this. If we come under here, we can have this. So both things are available right now. And there's the squeeze. Again, they're holding every fucking level right now. So impressive, this market. Its willingness to hold on is really impressive. Right into my cost. If they rebid 30s now, I have to take everything off. They rebid this amount. Got to move under it. It's got to move under it quick. Right into this same level, VWAP, IB. Everything being built out here. It's big, big level. There we go. Got to see follow through. Still there absorbing. Just stacked on the tape. I think we can go straight down under 800 here once they let go, but they might not be willing to do it. As again, it's not an A+ because we left low hanging fruit at the highs, right? We left liquidity. We left that NFP at the highs. Very, very dirty. Yes, I'm short right now from 50s. Nice. Can we get 800s here? Let's see some follow through now. Come on. I want to test 800s where that buyer was earlier. And then really I want to test 65s. Need to stay heavy here again. Lacking follow through again. Someone just absorbed the tape here again. 125 lot just got absorbed on that last push down again. This is fucking relentless. On a heavy tape day on the rest of the market. This is definitely like a stock pickers market. These indexes are, I just look at that daily and just want to puke. Right off that lower Bollinger Band. I mean, they can come, like we said, they can come from the highs. Like if we hold 30s here, I'm out. We just had the chance to move lower. This might be one of those days where they just trade us back inside the range and then they do it on Sunday, just like last week. Literally carbon copy. Starting to hold. Don't like this. How are we doing for time? Not long left either. Well, we're under VWAP on ES. We're holding it on NQ. And we're now basing. This is not a good look. If we don't move lower in the next... No, I'm out. Done. Don't like that. Giving it another chance. Didn't like what I saw there on the tape. There you go. And there's the squeeze. Instantly, they based and held. It's so gross. It's really, really, really impressive. Really impressive. They want that low-hanging fruit then. They're not done until they get that low-hanging fruit. They want this. Red day for me, it's kind of, I can show you. It's my print. Mixed. Mixed day. Okay. These fucks. These fucks, man. We're going to get stuck in this area forever again. Literally, we've been stuck here since Thursday last week. It's the exact area that we're in. And actually, even before then, Tuesday. In fact, just the whole time. Just non-stop stuck. This is like my nightmare range, between 700 and 800 again. Or 7 and 9, right? That's that chop fest range. We're back there again. 7 to 900s. 7 to 900s. Oh no, you fuckers. It's the 800 check. Well, if we stay heavy under 8s, I'll find a way of getting in. All right, so this is that buyer check. Oh, these dirty buggers ran me out. There's 800 check from those buyers from earlier. And again, you're going to need 30s to stay heavy now because you've just checked those buyers. Selling's just come into those buyers. And the way they've positioned the ETS is very dangerous. Buyers coming into VWAP here and it can find a bid. They're going to make this about as hard as you get timing-wise. So 30s has to stay heavy for you now on this retest. And then you want to wash underneath 800s. And then you want to come and take out 78s, 65s, and 50s for downside pressure. And then you can revisit 700s. And under 700s, the party could get started. But, you know, we're asking a lot at that point for it to do it. But this has got to stay heavy now. It's very simple. You want this, this. If you see this, you get out if you're looking for the short. Here's the 800 check. Again, still being absorbed here so far. I think we're going to move lower. They're adding into 750s now. Come on. Here they come. So under 90s, you're going to get 80s, 75, and 750s pretty quick. Here you go. So there's the 90s. Hopefully you get some follow through now. This is a relentless bid. It's so impressive. Like when I see the mag this much down, the equally weighted mag is 1.33% down and we're still bidding. It's really, really quite something. $30 is still the level for you guys. Be careful they can hold this. If they hold this and reclaim 30s, you want to be done with it. ES into New York Open. So we've literally gone nowhere on the ES. We're right where we were when we opened up 2 hours ago. Nothing's changed. Just a big squeeze up and back to the open. Fucking crazy. And they're holding. And the 30s test. And they get through this, they're going to go for that low-hanging fruit which they left. Look at this bid. Look at this bid. It is relentless. It's insane. That tape shift like that. It's insane. Crowded trade, man. We talked about it in Discord last night. You just got to think that's what it is. It's a very, very crowded trade right now. Now they've reclaimed 30s. You want to be done with it, in my mind. At this point, I'm kind of giving up on this market. I'm looking at this daily, kind of marking out, thinking I might be in a position where I don't touch this until we move under 500 or over 500. So over 25,500 or under 25,500, because the auction in between is so bad. We don't clean up levels. We don't do follow through. We don't have good auctions anymore. We just have a really bad index, a divergent index. Honestly, it might be time to go back to trading stocks for a little bit this year while they fuck around with the index and just be stock pickers, because it's much better out there for stocks. We've seen a market like this in the past. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not unusual to go sideways for this long, but it's pretty exhausting. It's pretty exhausting. I don't know if I've got anything left in me mentally to do this now. I might be done mentally. It won't do this for decades. Are you mad? It literally can't do this for decades. It's impossible for it to do it for decades. I didn't learn options or futures first. Played small caps first. Mate, this is just god awful. Seriously, SPY is just going to make this impossible. You have to understand, SPY and ES are right at New York Open. They are just bidding. Look at that. She cash just sat there. They're going to make it impossible to trade this the rest of the day. We probably just stay pinned now. That might be well be it. We just pin it in. I don't know. I'm trying to judge if I've got anything more in the tank for me to have one more go. I don't think I have. Yeah, they're going to try and finish this auction today, finally. Here they come. And they're trying to force it up now after holding that level. It's a really good hold again, just like earlier. Don't think you can play short in this anymore. Honestly, I don't think there's this available at this point. They've held really well. They've had multiple chances today to take out key levels. They're not willing to do it. It's been in a really big gamma squeeze up, which we've all known, and now we're going sideways. I just don't think there's another opportunity now. I think that might be the end of it. Yes, Ma, we know the longs would have paid more, but I was very adamant and clear that I knew a squeeze was potential to happen here today. I told you pre-market. I told you that can happen. I also told you that I'm going to make the choice to leave it alone, but that doesn't mean you have to do the same. This is why you should learn to trade. Because I'm not trading that. I'm trying to trade the pro trend. I'm trying to ignore that. All right? And I've made that clear. But there's nothing wrong with taking the squeeze longs. We even talked about it in Discord before the open. I've made it clear, like, it's a choice, right? Trading is a choice. What you're going to trade becomes a choice. What side of the trade you want to be on is a choice. So it doesn't mean you can't do it. I'm not stopping you doing it, am I? I'm not pulling the trigger for you. I'm just sticking to my thesis to make sure that I'm sticking to my plan so I can manage my risk. That's all it is. No, I wouldn't trade options because this market's crappy. It's just an even more leveraged product. Unless you're like talking about, you know, iron condors and butterflies and stuff, which are beyond my wheelhouse. But I guess those would be paying longer term right now. Would be paying. I think it's just it's a stock pickers market. Honestly, like when I look at my swings, what my swings are delivering compared to this market is quite a notable difference. Like swings are having like nice continuation, playing really well. Very, very different to what we have here. The gamma squeeze isn't anything to do with this Friday. It's to do with that level. It's not to do with like expiry specifically today. I'm long on my swings, Matt. Yeah, I'm long. I'm long in all the software companies we've been talking about, right? I'm literally long in all of those. Look at this chop fest now. Oh my days, man. Do I think this month will get better? Yeah, I mean, I do. I don't think we can stay. We've literally spent a month sideways. We've got contracting Bollinger Bands. Like we quite honestly can't stay here forever. And I honestly, I don't care which way we break out. If it wants to break out long, great. I'd prefer it breaks out short because it's selfish, because I can buy more long-term positions long. All right. Obviously, overall, I'm net bullish in terms of lifetime. So the lower we go, the cheaper I can pick stuff up for long-term portfolio. So I'd prefer it goes down first. But if we're just going to break out and go for a big old squeeze the rest of the year, that's also fine. Oh my God, do I have the energy to look at this again? Back into these 800s again. This might be it, man. I just don't know if I've got the energy now. Yeah, but you got to watch ES like we just talked about. ES and SPY into New York Open and VWAP. Right, if they keep finding a bid there, you're going to struggle to move lower. There is, I think there's a good shot at coming down here. This is a straight squeeze up. I think there's a good shot at rotating this whole range back down to this today. I do. But not all the time they're hanging on. Right, they're trying to rebid 800s. If you let go of 800s, you're going to get a much, much nicer move here. But they're trying to rebid it at the moment. Remember, 800 to 830 is kind of your rotation currently. Under 800, you've got a bigger move. Here comes the squeeze back to 830s. And if they get over 830s, and go 850s again. So they need to sell these 830s at this point. What I don't like is the liquidity. Like, you see how we're leaving offers up at 55s and 60s? They've done that the last few days. They just leave it. There's no one aggressively wanting to move down and chase price. We just dangle it higher, saying, hey, come and just wreck everyone up here. And this is like half the problem. Here we go. It's the test of 30s. No follow through. There's literally no follow through in this market. We can't clear out a very obvious level up here. We can't clear out very obvious levels down here. And instead, we get really nice sell pre-market, chop, 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 gamma, 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 flush, gamma, 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 and nothing. I can't control the market, folks. Like, I can't make it move. All you can do is position yourself for each move, and if it doesn't want to do it, then it doesn't want to do it. There's nothing else you can do with it. No, Stephen, not really. It's more if I think the market is in a sell and we've left volume trapped, then I would rather have a pullback and sell into than play the pullback leg, right? I'm trying to sell into that for the next continuation down, right? If we reclaim this, I'm not going to sell it, because at that point, the pivot's taken and we will chop and maybe even come back up here. So you could argue the trend then is up, or chop and then above this is up, right? So this is why I try and ignore this, and I try and play a continuation leg down. And once we reclaim a level which I can't continue to trade from, I have to leave it alone. That's why I focus on one side of the trade. If we were bullish today, like pro leg was bullish, I'd be waiting for a fade to buy a dip in like we did earlier in the week. So that, I think that's the best way I can explain it for you. Yep, they are. They're literally buying everything. There's just a non-stop bid on the tape. You have to pay attention to it. I mean, what can we say? Probably the orange man and his cronies getting ready to buy it all because they're going to do a truce or something. I don't know. Fucking like, who knows, mate? People smarter than us. I don't understand that question. How do I have my DOM set up? It's right above you, like above me. You can literally see it, right? It's literally there for you to see. Mate, does anyone trade with Holoprime? They email me 5 times a day at the moment. It's ridiculous. I've never heard a good thing about them. They literally don't stop emailing me. Yeah, but Trump's saying gas prices are going to come down quickly. But they're not. How? How? By him going into reserves? By him allowing Russia to be part of it again? I mean, I don't know how he can say stuff like that. Yeah, Holoprime. Yeah, this is what I mean. I've heard really bad things about them. They're emailing me non-stop being like, can we work together? I'm like, no. Like I've told you for the last 5 times this week. Look at this chop fest, man. Yeah, I know. We talked about it this morning. Yeah, this is what I mean. He's letting Russia back in. So all this posturing that he's done for the last year has been unwound by his decision to go into Iran. Like, just from a macroeconomic point of view, hasn't it? It's been completely unwound. Are you going to finish this auction or what after all of this? So SPY still holding VWAP and the New York Open like we talked about. Indexes not in alignment. And we're in a chop range. We still haven't cleared out up here. All right, this is where it needs to clear out. It's refusing to clear this level out up here. It needs to come and clear this. So you're just getting a really poor delivery at this point. I don't think you can do anything else with this right now. Nothing to do, man. Nothing to do. There's VIX. crazy. Fixed still well above 25. Mad to me that we've got VIX basing at 25s and we're not moving for a month. That is bonkers. Bonkers. Oh, come on, get moving. Now been stuck for an hour and 20 minutes. It's not going to drop without clearing out, I don't think. And you're pinned on every market. Look at ES. And look at SPY. You're pinned between previous day low, right, and the New York Open. And you've got New York VWAP right on the New York Open protecting that. And the midpoint of those 2 points is initial balance and 24-hour VWAP. There's literally, it is screaming, doing nothing right now. Until you have a clear out and people get trapped, all we're doing is building liquidity. We can't trade here. There was a trade here to here. There was a trade here to here. There's no continuation. They've held this pivot now. They should come and clean this out. If we think about this, they've held this pivot. They should come and clean this out. I don't know why they've taken so long to attempt to clean this out. They should come and run this level here and here. And if they get through that, I am not ruling out this at this point. All right. It's got that silly at this point that if we're going to reclaim this area here, all right, this would be a failed auction again. And we're going to come up here. And the worst part of this is, did we come down to, oh, at least we did take the low in the New York session. Did we? We did by a point. Okay, well, it's not so bad at least. At least they did clear the low. I actually missed that. All right, so I'm not going to rule that out. I'm not going to trade it, but I'm not going to rule that out now because we've gone right back inside previous stage value area low. If we're going to rotate previous stage value area low, we can come up to previous stage point of control, maybe even previous stage value area high, probably asking too much. But this lift here to close the gap on point of control is very doable at this point because we based so long. What's the NFP dotted line? It's the high from NFP. It's this candle here. No classes on sale. Do you mean courses? Very rarely. Very rarely. What number it's at? Why don't you just measure it on your chart though? 909. Surely if you're trading, you have a chart in front of you and you can look at the high of NFP, right? I'm going to get a refill on coffee. Yeah, that's good. Okay, we cleared out. Still not quite cleared it out. And they're still adding liquidity higher. All right, still trying to clear out this liquidity. They've added liquidity up to 950 still. Yeah, I'm not doing any big giveaways today. Not after an abusive morning of chat. Quite frankly, don't feel like giving anything away after that. Okay, here's the clear out finally. Right, so there's the buyers trying to step in. The question is, how high do they go? 920s, or are they going to come right the way up here for 25,000? But finally, they've cleared out some liquidity. And they're still adding into this at the moment. And it's got the opportunity to go higher, like we talked about. Through here, it can come all the way up to 25,000, maybe even close the gap if it wants to be completely insane today. But it's very possible at this point because the short opportunity is very much weakened now on a reclaim of that level, especially if we start basing. If we think about an hourly, right? If we think about the hourly, if we're going to start basing, this is our thick node. If we are able to hold this node, there is very possibly a return back in here because we're thin, right? We've traded thin through here, thin through here, thin through here, right? We lack liquidity there. So if it's able to hold, thank you, darling. If it's able to hold that level, it can do a return upside, right? So you're going to need to see a liquidity sweep and a fail if you're looking for a short. Otherwise, you might find that this continues to lift on a Friday all the way up here, just because the level it's coming to. This is why I said to you guys at the beginning, those who showed up, I was looking for a pop and failure into either here or here, somewhere around here. If we base here, the short trade goes away. This becomes more probable. All right. Oh yeah, we'll do, Vlad. I promise you, I'm going to do a big giveaway. Not today, but this month or something. I will do a really nice big giveaway. I'll give away like a widescreen monitor, and maybe like a couple of evaluation accounts, or I'll see if someone can even like give us a straight to funded account or something like that, and we'll see if I can provide you guys with like a really nice thing. But yeah, not today, but I will get that set up. We'll figure something out. So VPOC for me on Delta's moved up here, interestingly, which is a bit weird. Let me check on 15. No, it's still placing low of day. Still an argument for that move back to 700s today if they fail. But if we start basing now, I would basically say now if we base over between 850 and 800, they have a very good shot of coming up to 950 to 25,000. If we lose 850 to 800, then we are thin all the way back down to 700. All right, so 850 to 800, basically this. This is your over under. This shelf here, they hold this, they can complete it. If this is a sweep and you come under here, this move down here starts to take effect. Okay, so 850 to 800 is what I would be watching. We can just thicken this up for you so you can just see this is your over under level. Hopefully that makes sense. So we're sweeping the highs, coming back in now. If we start to lose all of this, if you start to see lower highs put in now, you can think about getting short. Maybe some of you took the sweep and sell. So if pops start to fail here, you can think about the sell. And definitely you can think about the sell sub 800. All right, so if we rotate this range, if pops start to fail here, I'm going to maybe have one more go at this. If pops start to fail and we can see this, I'll look for this in the afternoon. But like I said, they can still absorb this range. This is your chop range in here. So I'd say you'd want to see this fail anywhere from sort of 75 to 90s, set a lower high. Any pop it that fails 75 and 90s, you might be able to put a piece on. It's looking pretty good at the moment. What did we hit there? 68. It's not quite 75, but not bad. Let's see if we can get involved in this somehow. Maybe last trade of the day. What do I recommend for a copy trader? Affordable indicators. VWAP bounce. I mean, maybe a VWAP in the middle of this section, but I tell you what, you lose that, you come here and here pretty quick. This is now 3 drives. 1, 2, 3. You get backside of this, you can lose it. You hold this area, obviously we can soak and go again. Remember, I think this is a big old squeeze out. This is your over under. Over this, we're technically bullish. Under this, we're technically bearish back down. And we haven't run any stops all morning long. And my bias overall has been lower. They've just moved some of these levels up. So here's the move up towards 75. So like I said, 75 and 90 has to reject it, otherwise new highs. Auction at the high is pretty good. It just depends whether they're deciding, hey, we want to go 25,000. We're going to hold this over under on an hourly, and we're going to look to come right back up to 25,050 and close the day right at fair value. Right? Imagine if we come all the way up here, we're closing the day right at fair value from previous day and previous week again. It will literally be like nothing's changed. Then we are in the same spot as we've been in since Jan 30. It's now March. So 90s and 75s the level. 90s and 75s. What was that lift? That was over 90s. And they're now starting to bid 70s. Yeah, exactly, Camera Master. That's it, right? But it's why we don't trade like the news. You have to trade the reaction to it. But like, I'm with you fundamentally. We have lots of issues right now. Tell me back. All right, love. Yeah, tons of issues fundamentally right now. But you know, we can only trade the technicals in front of us. If they want to keep absorbing, this is what we get. This is what you get. It's just a relentless send it, send it, send it. They're adding more liquid. Look at all this liquidity has come on the book above me. They're adding more and more all the way higher. They're just going to keep dragging this up today, I think. By the looks of it, it just looks like a drag. We're into lunch now as well. Yes is exactly the same, mate. There's no difference. We've talked about it about 5 million times. It's holding initial balance. It's holding the New York Open. It's holding New York VWAP on dips, and it's currently trading at 24-hour dips. Volume indicator. It's just anchored volume profile. It's not an indicator. It's a drawing tool. It's just anchored volume profile, my friend. Yeah, ES nowhere near NFP highs yet because you have divergence. Because, like I've talked about many times recently, software is catching a bid. Did I get the short trade yesterday after lunch? Yes, I did get the short trade yesterday after lunch. I can try and find it for you. For all the people in here that think I'm shit and don't know what I'm talking about. Where is it? Okay, here it was. This was yesterday's short. All right, this is what we looked for straight after stream. Pop to fail, back down into the blue box. This was the short, pop that failed. All right, and then we started adding on. Is everyone trading it with me? All right, we're looking for the blue box. We talk about it here, looking for the blue box. All right, we talk about the sellers starting to get aggressive. And we start adding on breakdowns, 40s next, and then 900s. And then I add for the next breakdown. And then we get TP into blue box. And then we're done with it. All right. We took it on Discord together. I'm going to stay a few more minutes just in case they do something mental here. Lucid code is FCT. Discord comes for free when you do the 20-hour course. There's no like monthly membership or anything. But you have to do the 20-hour course. All right, they're going to come for these 920s and maybe 25,000 like we talked about. Just want to see how big they send this. How big do they send it? So here's the 20s, which is the 0 DTE, and then maybe they go 25,000. And we're now into an area where they can get very, very aggressive with this if they really send the squeeze on. Over 920s, we can get 25,000 and maybe even a gap fill, which I will be honest, I did not think this morning, given the state of the market and the aggressive sell, that we would be looking for a gap fill, 500 odd point gap fill. I didn't really think we'd be looking at that. I'm going to be honest with you. I really did think this market had the shot, and they tried here. You can see they really tried here to do that move, and they failed, and then we go squeeze. And now they might come and run all these stops now and can get into there if they do. The only short now for me, unless you can get like a position on up here, it would have to be a rejection of this range now. Otherwise, I just think you're pissing in the wind. Looking for the move, you'd need a rejection under that range. Yeah, ES is still rejecting low of day for yesterday. Yeah, quite right. It is. Which would be down here for us, which we're printing over. Again, relative strength in the Qs because of software. Watch them drop it. What, after hitting 920s? I mean, it'd be fun if they did, mate. It would be fun if they did. But like, look at the liquidity above that they're still adding. It's kind of gross. Let's see if there's anyone above 950s. 950s, 960s, and 25,000 and 25,050 all on the book still. So we'll see. I mean, I'd love them to drop it. Don't get me wrong. Like, it would be fun after waiting all this time, but I'm feeling pretty exhausted. You know, what people don't consider here is I'm here for free 2.5, 3 hours a day with my own shit going on off the charts, trying to trade my way, spammed by chat and hate most mornings at this point. Like, do you think it gets easier to trade when you're asked like a million questions all the time and people don't listen and they're not willing to like learn, and then they come with the hate speech? Like, do you think it gets easier to trade, or do you think it gets harder? It gets way harder to trade. Right, watching grey box and watching the bottom side of grey box if we start failing. Like, you could maybe put a starter on here if you're feeling brave for the wash after we hit that 0 DTE level. But definitely under this grey box there's potential to get aggressive and they collapse this whole thing, which would be fucking hilarious if they've just printed options up to do that. I do enjoy it, and I enjoy helping people, but it's the people that just come with the hate. It's exhausting. And the thing is, right, I can go and trade with my team in Discord and just do it private there, but then people who can't afford it start to learn bad things, and then I don't feel like I'm doing my bit for the community. So I just need to learn to eat shit better, basically, is what I've got to say. I don't mind losing trades. I don't mind being out of position. I'm human. I'm not going to get it right all the time. What I mind is hate speech. That's what I mind. Grey box, it's just volume, buddy. It's just volume. It's also off an H1. If you zoom out on the higher time frame, right, it's this node here. It's this current weekly node. This is like where we've rotated a lot this week. So we've just looked above it and failed. If we look underneath it and find follow through, we can come down to the low side of the auction from maybe today or this week. Right, if we pin this and hold it, we're going to do a drift. So it's a very, very big level for this current week and the H1 and the current day. It's the same level as where we've rotated all day long. This is the thing. This is the thing we're doing something like this on the internet, which I've never done before, is you're putting yourself out there, and like, you can have, I just think of Rogan when he's like, you've got to set and forget, because this is what happens. And I heard Bert talk about it on a talk show recently as well. Like, you can read a million nice comments, but it's one fucking nasty comment would get you on edge a little bit. It's true. It's really true. It's really true. I know, like I said, I need to get better at ignoring it. Like maybe it's a lesson for me in there, because it distracts me from the trade then, and then I miss opportunities, or I have to not trade because I'm stressed. And the difference is this year has been, I've talked about it quite openly on stream. I've gone through some remain to go through some of stuff that never of you ever go through, and I really hope none of you ever go through it. It's what I'm dealing with at the moment is very heavy toxic life stuff off the screen. Like, it's heavy stuff. I cannot explain to you how heavy it is, and I hope none of you go through what I'm experiencing. So coming on the screen and then getting attacked, I have little patience now compared to normally. I just don't have the patience for it right now. Liable to snap at the moment. Okay, you're going to need to see this fail 60s and 70s again, and then you want to see follow through underneath 10s. So this is looking a little bit better for you guys. If you get this move here, you can be in. If we reclaim this, then I'll just leave it alone again. That's just life, eh? Like, it's just life. It fucking kicks you down when you're down. View up again, yeah, view up still soaking here. Still initial balance high, right, as well. You go under that, we get to this. We come under this, we get to this. This would be the good fun stuff. Like, this trade here would be fun. So it'd be like TP1, TP2, TP3, TP4. And if they were really fucking nasty and did this now, it'd be great. But I've lost faith in that move happening today, given what we've seen. But you never know. You never know. Like we talked about, we are very, look, this is a thin up move. I'm somewhat even surprised they grabbed it here, to be honest. Right, really, it's this to this, and this is nothing. There's nothing in here. Right, so it's this to this, ideally what we want. I'm somewhat surprised that this tiny little node held this bid. But we've been in a bid up environment all day. Just remember that. And actually, we've been in it most AM sessions this week. Alex, if you fall down 7 times, get up an 8 times. Well, that's it, man. What's the difference between being a winner and a loser? The winner just keeps going. That's it. That is literally the difference in life. Like, you just got to have resilience and keep going. It's just at the moment, it's not like I don't have resilience because I'm still showing up, but it's tiring, guys. It's tiring. It's all good. Right, into view up, into IB high. That last push into 60s rejection was pretty good, but again, you need to see follow through here. Alex, I'm considering offering the course in Discord for a monthly fee, I believe. Have you considered offering Discord and course for a monthly fee? I believe the content is worth a lump sum. It's difficult though. I don't do it for that, for good reason, to make sure that everyone does the course. Because otherwise people will come into chat, they'll pay 1 month, they won't know what they're talking about, and they won't be able to get the support they need, and then they exit, and it just causes conflict. It's the reason we do it that way. It might be inconvenient, I know, but it's I've been in a lot of Discords or equivalent of over the years from trading, and the ones that never work are ones where you have like monthly fees where you can hop in and out, or free, and you get people trading different ways. The ones that always work well are where the mentor has a course that you have to take to get in there. Most of the ones where you take the course to get in, they then have to pay a monthly fee on top of it to be in the private mentorship. Those ones are normally pretty good. I don't do that. I do it for free. I know the course you might think is expensive at $699, but I think for 20 hours and Discord and an indicator, it's pretty good when I consider some of the annual fees I used to pay in small cap times were like $3,500 a year. Oh, I'm not going back to DJing. You think this world's toxic? You should get into the music game. It's even worse. It's even worse, mate. Remember some prick at Mixmag telling my wife before he knew she was my wife that I was a one-hit wonder, I'd never make it. 15 years later, 2 top 40s, a top 40 album, and sell out global tours, suck it. But this is the thing. You always remember the bad stuff over the good stuff. You remember the bad comments over the good stuff. It's natural, right? When people get bullied in school, they remember the thing that the bully said to them or did to them. They don't remember all the nice things that their friends said to them. It's the same as adults. Like, we can have thick skin and get on with it, but it's tough. Yeah, maybe a drop coming. Watching these 820s, 800 is the level, right? It's the same level from earlier. I'm going to sit here in case it sets something up for me. It's the same level from earlier. These guys here, this is what I'm watching. All right, so we cleared out these buyers at the high, which is good. We cleared out NFP. We're dancing at VWAP and IB right now. We need to stay heavy under 870s, and we need to get heavy under 800s or 796s technically. And then we need to run this guy, make sure this guy's comfortable again. Otherwise, right, if we can't do that, right, we need to reject this. We need to come under here, and we need to stay heavy into this and then wash. This is what you'd want to see. Oh, this kind of thing here. This is why I don't use Ninja. See, it's so hard to teach on. I execute on it, but I can't teach on it. If you see absorption down here and a return in and then a reclaim, you would want to be out of it. You don't want to see that. That's a bad look for short side. NFP probability suggests lower. What's that based on, buddy? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just interested what, I'm guessing you're using edge for. I'm just interested in what that's based on. Right, here comes the 800 look, and you need to stay heavy under 800s, and then we can really wash. Here's the 800 check. What did you say? How can you see lot size? I just missed that. How can you see the lot size on the bubbles? I'm using a piece of software, so it might be slightly different to what you're using. So I'm not using the order flow tool that comes with NinjaTrader. I'm using CD footprint. So here's the 800 check. Remember, you get under this, you've got a shot. All right, so this is why we said this is where the buyers kept stepping in earlier. This is the big buyer, big buyer. This is their level. If they become underwater, you'll get this move. You can be TP1, TP2, TP3. If they absorb this, you want to be careful of this move back into here. So it's much nicer trading when it's calm and chats nicely. I can call levels and be effective with you guys without getting wound up by people just slamming me with shit. So much easier. And I know some of you will say do members only, and I've thought about it, but then what about the 1,800 of you in here who are nice people who maybe can't afford even $5 a month? And I don't blame you for not being able to afford that. Like, it's not easy out there. Oh, DJ Rocket Man, yeah, he made me use the C word. But it's delta, guys. Like, for me, it's not even one thing being said. It's cumulative delta. If I tell you from this mid-December and definitely from Jan 2nd on, I've had like the hardest time of my life. And if I tell you that my stream's grown from like 200 people watching to 2,500 people watching in that time, then let's say 5% of the stream are arseholes. Okay, so now I'm looking at, 10 to 20 arseholes, and I see the comments, and if I'm struggling to deal with that, and it's day after day after day after day, and that's not including the emails I get, right? You're not including like your YouTube abuse on videos and emails and this and that. It's like non-fucking stop. It's delta. It builds up just like tilt builds up, and it doesn't go away. I do block them, man, but it's you got to block them every day. I do block them, trust me. Yeah, that's why we keep the Discord private, for that reason. That's why it's blocked for people who do the course, because they take, I promise you, the Discord is so good. It's not even good because of me. It's good because everyone in there is a really good human being and supports other people, and they trade well together. All right, there are some great traders in there. It's not about me. It's just creating a healthy community. Yeah, I know. I know I won't have a chat through of it. I know. I've just got to learn to deal with it better. It's as simple as that. I have to learn to deal with it better. This is like a new thing for me. I have to learn to be better. I have to learn to be better. I have to be learn to be dealing with YouTube in a better manner. Yeah, maybe we need to do it so the first like 90 minutes from now on, I don't see chat and I just trade and I'll just call you the levels and then we can do the answers questions afterwards. Maybe we can implement some rules next week. We'll figure it out. All right, so we're still just trading this grey box. So you can see the rotation in the grey box. Again, you're going to need to see a rejection towards 70. I know 70 is just outside of this grey box, but that's where the buyer last got caught. All right, so your last big buy delta was 70. So you're okay to be short as long as 70 is staying heavy or heavy in front of 70. Back to the IB low again, IB high and VWAP again. Sorry. So as long as this is rejection, this is still possible. Reclaim this all the way up here is possible. And again, the grey box is the rotation. This is the rotation. So you need this and under to get follow through. What we could have had here and we didn't. What we could have had here and didn't. So you can see a few times I've had the opportunity to do that move and they haven't. So will this be another opportunity? Now that we've done 1, 2, 3 drives, will they now sell this off? Just like the low of day yesterday, which actually became 4 drives, which is fairly odd. Look at the low of day yesterday. Was it here? We're not back too far. Where's yesterday? Here it is. All right, we did. I would argue it's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then relief. All right. Normally that would be 1, 2, 3, and then we'd look for relief. And yes, we also talked about that in Discord. Is the weekly POC resistance now? And it's just fair value. It's not necessarily resistance. It's fair value, right? Don't think of it as resistance. Think of this area here as an area that we deem fair value, which means we chop this area. So here's the test of 70s. Like I said, if they go through 70s and reclaim 70s, you're probably going to go 90s and high of day. And this is what we've seen every time the market sets up for a potential breakdown. We're seeing these squeezes. So think about this 1 minute candle. We've moved from 37 to 70 like that because shorts cannot find the breakdown that they're looking for. It's a really crowded trade at the moment, really crowded. It honestly, it reminds me of small caps. All right, when everyone's looking for the same short on some fucking hard to borrow name, we're all fucking falling over each other and the short won't come. And honestly, we used to all play day 2 on small caps. The best short on a small cap is like day 4 or 5 when everyone's forgotten about it. Like the day 2s got so crowded they became impossible. Day 4, day 5, everyone forgets about that piece of shit name. It's the day to take the short. And then your borrows are cheaper. It feels like the same as this right now. Yeah, beginner comes with the beginner to Discord comes with beginner to advanced course. Nice. Looking forward to working with you. Yeah, go Gunners, man. Good result for us the other day. Good result for us the other day. So good rejection of 70s so far. So we're still didn't get through that 70s. We tapped into that 70s. Remember this guy right here. We just talked about it. This outlying delta right here. This is why I said 70s, why it's a specific level. Very, very specific level. This is where the buyer came in. All right. So we're rejecting that 70s. You need to see follow through now underneath 830s and underneath 800s. Can I keep the live open? What, today's stream? Yeah, I'm going to try and stream with you, like, because this is actually helping me calm down, and I'm going to take some opportunities if they become available. I'm happy to sit here a bit longer and keep trading. All the time chat's good. I will keep trading. Okay, here we go. So this is that 30s test, remember? And under here, you need follow through to 800s. You need to see follow through to 800s. If they keep bidding this, you're going to find yourself in a problem here. It's really good now, looking much more. So aggressive sellers coming here. Tape's going very red. You want to see follow through because the tape's trying to print red. You want to see this guy dunk it under 25s and 20s and get that 800 move quick because they're bidding 810, 805, 800. Here you go. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get going under 800s now. Nice. Here's the 800 test. Now we want to see follow through under this. We would expect to bid back up, but we want them to resell this now to come under 800s to attack 780s, 770s, 750s. But ideally, we want to get back into this range down here. So ideally, remember, what we're looking for is to leave buyers trapped above here now and do this move here. That would be very, very nice. I don't know if it's going to do it, but if you were short up here at 70, you can pay yourself some here and you can position yourself for this move, taking some TPs on the way. Where do they anchor the VP to the open, man? To the 9:30 open. So all I ever care about when I'm trading is cash. Right? It's why my open closes are different to other people. These yellow lines, I only care about cash because I think volume matters. All right, here we go, folks. So we have imbalances here into 88 to 81, and then 67s, and then all the way down to 700s would be fantastic. Now, ES right now is into its New York Open and New York VWAP. So this is a massive, massive level on ES and SPY. There is nothing wrong with paying yourself on the way down here, folks. And then if you get the cascade moment, it would be fantastic and it would be worth staying around for. And yes, I am short with you, by the way. I'm going to see if it can give me an opportunity to add. So I've just got one on. And I want to see it stay heavy versus 30s now. Ideally, we just snap 800s, but any pop into 30s, somewhere around here, we want to sell. We do not want any reclaim of this. This must stay heavy now. So here we go. SPY and ES trying to catch a bid off that New York VWAP and New York Open. Remember, we said it's a big, big level there. So on ES, it's 52s. 52s, 52s, 50s. So your New York VWAP's the average price of volume today, and it's your New York Open, right? Here's the drive up to 20s and 30s. They've got to sell this, or I'm done with it. I'm not going to let this come to the other side of the grey box, right? Once I saw the rejection at 70s, quite liked it. But if we start reclaiming, it's going to be the same bullshit after a little internal sweep and back inside. So they have to reject this, and they've got to reject it now. If they reject it and we start getting heavy, I'll think about adding. Nice. I want to see a retest of 800 and a snap now. Someone trying to bid 10s. Don't like that. Bidding coming back in. This bidding war coming back in. And it is possible, I'm going to say this, we can chop the rest of the day. Just every time I look at ES and I see New York VWAP being bid and 24-hour VWAP being sold, it's not a good sign. So cash and 24-hour fighting with each other. Good rejection of 30. Need follow through now. We've got to see follow through now. We've got to see follow through under 800s. These sellers up at 35s need to stop doing this that they keep doing the last few days. They need to walk down instead of offering higher all the time, attracting price higher. such a poor tape when they do that. And if they lift this, I would be very careful. Need 800 to let go here. Come on, big sellers coming in here. Need follow through. They've got to stop absorbing all of this. Oh my God. Just bid non-stop again. This guy at 10 needs to fuck off. We've got a little shelf at 10. I don't like this seller all the way up at 850. He needs to go away. Come on, get under 10 and then wash. So you can see this volume spike at 10. Once we get through that, we should go to 800 quick. They're trying to absorb 10 again. And there's plenty of room under 800 where they've stacked bids underneath now. Absorbing 10 again. He's relentless. Absorbing again here at 15s now. Come on, get under 10. Get him out the way. Get him out the way. I want this bidder to become a seller, basically. We've got to break 10 hard enough that he stops out and lets go of everything. Here we go. 5s. We should get 800s here. Do not reclaim 10 now. You've just done all that hard work, guys, to get under him. Come on. Be careful here, playing lunchtime volume as well. Come on. Here's the 800 test. Right, we need a heavy close under 800 now. Yeah, ES looks much worse. I mean, it's holding. All you've got to do is look at the anchored VWAP from 9:30 and your New York Open. We're just holding price there. Under that, we go red on the day on ES. Well, red on the New York session. We've got to get under 800 here. Don't like this reclaim of 10. Do not like seeing that. We've got to get back under 800 and then get aggressive. 800, and I tell you what, it's 95.75 to the level. 95.75. That's where the pain can start. Here's 800. Come on, wash 95. Let's get this buyer out here, out the way. Come on. Here's the test of 95s. Come on, come and take him out. Got to reject 810 or I'm not interested. Got to reject this. They've got to do it and do it now. Moving my stop tighter. Do not want to let them squeeze me out to 30s here. Well, I've stopped out and it says that I'm still in a position, which is hilarious. Anyone else having that? My order's gone through as well. State cancelled. Okay. Why is it cancelled? Might be a good thing for me here. It still kept me in this trade. Can I get out of this? There we go. Got out of one at least. Okay. Should have got out of both there, but it wouldn't fill it. I don't know why. Did that to you earlier. What is that then? Is there a problem with NinjaTrader today or Tradeify? That's really weird. I've never seen that before. It literally hit my stop, filled it, but didn't take me out of the position. And then in my message orders box, it says cancelled. It wasn't cancelled. It was a limit order. That's the first time I've ever seen that. Tradeify issue. Oh, no. Okay, more Tradeify issues. Great. Right, this is your problem here, not just this. It's over on this chart. Right, it's this level. This is your cash level on ES. They are unwilling to let go of it. They let go of this, you get this move. all right? But they are unwilling to let go of this. This is your New York Open, which we've gone over and held and held and held and held and held, right? Under this, they have room because that would be trap buyers then, but they won't let it go right now. So reclaimed. Anything over IB, I'd be completely done with it. Over VWAP and IB, you're just going to go right back into the rotation. All right, so at the moment, if they can't get underneath this, this will be a look below and fail, and we'll come right back up to here. Just like this was a look above and fail, this is a look below and fail. If we can't get continuation down here, it can do this bollocks all day long. All day long. Hopefully, we get a really nice continuation, but at the moment, it is struggling to stay heavy underneath 95. Here's the 95 move, right? This delta guy here, I want to take him out, this blue line, and then wash into where these sellers got themselves caught earlier, and then if we get lucky, 700s. But this level here is massive, it's 95. So again, you want 10s to reject now. It's done all that work. Here we go. So ES underneath VWAP. Can they get closes under VWAP? Can we stay heavy versus 95 now? Well, ES tap VWAP. I wouldn't say fully broken yet. It came into it and found a bid. You got to get a close under it, right? Here we go. So into New York VWAP for NQ. And so this could be TP1 here. You could argue a little TP2 here into 66s, and I would be looking for all the way down here if it's very, very kind to us. Literally taken all day to do this, haven't they? Here we go. Here's previous day low. So you could TP a little piece in here if you have any, and then you can just hold on to your runners now and see if we give this whole move back down to 700. And under 700, the fun and games begin. Or underneath 670, technically. And we want to think about a fib here as well. Off this low. Let me just drag this up. Yeah, we're into 50%, so you definitely got to pay yourself something here. You think they're coming here with buys off previous week value? I mean, it's possible. And previous day low. We'll just see, though. We'll see. We're positioned for it. You've paid yourself some. You want to try and hold, you know, at least a runner all the time the trade's in play. Yeah, I mean, CL's actually up 13%, man. Like I said, this has been the same thing every day. It's just insane gamma squeezes and then fade, and insane gamma squeezes and then fade. And the best fades have been overnight. Why? Because the options market isn't open. Right, so there's no options market overnight, so we just fucking tank it. Nice, having some Apex payouts approved right now, which is nice. Starting to all hit my timeline. There we go. I took like $4,000 out the other day. I think I just took this morning. That was quick. All right, that's just hit me now. $1,000. I think I requested that before the open. So Apex is really speeding up its payout process. I know lots of guys were struggling before the new accounts, but they are speeding up their process now. Definitely. How do you join Discord? You do the 20-hour course, the beginner to advanced course. All right, so some bids coming in here at the 64s. Maybe this is where sellers got themselves a little caught earlier. And really, you want ES to reject that New York Open and New York VWAP, and we would look for the same thing. There is a little shelf here into 80s. If we lift 80s, we probably go 13. So it's up to you how you want to manage your stop here. Are you going to have a tight stop versus this shelf here, or are you going to risk this up here to resell? Any reclaim this, you're done with the shorts. That's up to you to manage based on where you got in and what your sizing is. When are the options not traded? When the New York Stock Exchange is closed. So the gamma levels still matter, but there's no options traded, right? Options basically traded in the New York. 9:30 to 4, or you could argue 8:30 to 5 New York time. It's clear they're riding this range. You mean the daily range, like the last 4-week range? Yeah, I mean, I am somewhat surprised, but we'll see. I mean, the news is really bad today, guys. But I'm not a news trader, but that you'd have to be mental to think that, you know, we went over it this morning. Just like the lies are insane. They're insane. You understand what Trump's doing. You have to understand the moves he's made and where he probably hasn't thought about it and the outs he gets. You know, so if inflation now ticks up when it was already upticking and they lied about it, right? We get a hot CPI print and stuff. They just go, well, it's because of the war. So it's like, okay, great excuse. Doesn't fucking help the consumer who is unemployed, where we've got no job creation and they're out of money and they're in max debt and they're already having to give back their car and they're about to miss payments on their houses. Doesn't help them that you're at war, does it? Doesn't help the American average Joe who works for Walmart that you're at war, because he and she are still crippled and fucked, right? So like pressure starts to come in. Wouldn't be surprised me if they end the war during the weekend. Well, that's why I was wondering if that was why the bid had come in. Like, is there a little bit of insider trading stuff going on? We talked about that earlier as well, you know. Surprise, surprise, like big gap up or big gap down on a Sunday. Okay, we're starting to let go here. Right, so in towards these 750s, this is your next TP previous week value area low. And if you get under this, remember, if we get under this, you're looking for this level here, 700s, right? This is your next block, is this, isn't it? Because we're very thin. We talked about it. We're thin between these, all right? So this level can be traded from. Now, it is a level because it's previous week values where we found a bid earlier. If we let go of this, this is possible. This was the same thing I was looking for here. All right, I was looking for that here. It might be that they still do this today. There's a long time left. I'd be surprised, but you never know. You never know. If retail just came and bought this gamma squeeze and now they shut that door because what's the pro trend? Right? Why have I been waiting for the short? What's the pro trend? Right? This is why I ignore this. All right, and this is why I'd be willing to buy if we based, but we didn't base. We gave it back. No, double keto. You're assuming that the cars are expensive. The cars don't have to be expensive. All right, they don't. Let's talk about average Joe working average job on average wage with 2 kids, having to pay Medicare and everything else. We're not talking about buying a luxury car here and giving it back. We're talking about average Joe buying a, I don't know, Mazda or a pickup truck for their labor job or whatever, right? We're not talking about the expensive cars. We're talking about average player getting hurt in the global economy. We're not talking about like the rich people. We don't care about the rich people. They represent a very small minority. Well, there aren't many cars under 20 grand, are there? There aren't many cars under 20 grand. So they do their financing going, well, okay, I earn 2,000 a month and 500 goes on mortgage and maybe like 200 goes on that car or whatever it is, right? Exactly. Private credit. Exactly. I think we're going to have a liquidity issue and credit issue. I kind of agree with you, but it's been brewing for 18 plus months, maybe even longer. But, you know, they will, or they have continued to save the market and save the market and save the market. And you know, let's be honest and lie about the stats. I mean, how many NFP prints have come out and been false, and they've quietly changed them 6 weeks later to like some of the worst numbers ever? You know, millions and millions of jobs less than they originally said. How about CPI, where we cunningly, and I don't know if you guys have noted this, we've moved stuff out of CPI now. Oh, we're not going to include that in inflation anymore because that number will be really bad. So let's take that out because it doesn't fit the narrative. You have to understand what goes on. So ES might come and retest VWAP in New York Open, and that will need to be sold. And kind of similar for NQ, sort of VPOC, VWAP, that grey box, that area would need to be sold. You can see we're actually building out more. The longer we're here now, the more dangerous it is that they lift. Like I said, they might come up here. So if your stop isn't here, they might come and revisit that. It all depends what you're willing to risk on this move from here and here, doesn't it? Depends what you're willing to risk. And a reclaim of this, that'd be a no more short area. You do not want to see it reclaim that. They need to sell this and sell this. Otherwise, we go back into that range. They won't allow it. Yeah, I mean, you might well be right, like we said. Yeah, you might well be right. But the thing is, you can't 100% say that with certainty. It's your theory, but it doesn't mean you're right. Same way it doesn't mean I'm right. We don't know what they're going to do because that would be a future. If we knew what they were going to do, we'd have a magic ball. We'd always be winning all the time, wouldn't we? You might well be right. They might reclaim it and go sideways and chop. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, but we don't know that for a fact. All right, I'm going to use a bathroom here. Freshen up a little bit. Come right back. All right, here we go. Crude, yeah, crude now 13.27% up on the day. Amazing. So here's the retest, and if they reclaim this, you need to be done with it, in my mind. They would have to reject this range now, otherwise you would need to be done with it, in my mind. Because if they start reclaiming this again will be a look below the range and a hold of this new range. It would even be, you could even argue it was a sweep of this back into this, and if they hold this, this is sideways, and if they print over that, new highs, and they can maybe just base here. But if you get a rejection of this, you can still try and trade this back down. Are we getting lower highs right now? It all depends what time frame you're looking at, right? So on the hourly, one of the tough things right now is everyone's trying to talk about, okay, well, we're head and shoulders upside. And then other people are like, oh, well, we're head and shoulders downside. Well, I would just say just zoom out and we're nothing. We are quite literally nothing. That's what we are on hourly. That's it. This morning, we had the opportunity. This is why I was interested this morning. We had the opportunity to do this, to use this to do this. We had the opportunity to do that. The moment, if we're going to base and hold this, and certainly if we're going to reclaim this node, you can argue, because I will be neutral, we also have the opportunity to come up to here, which is previous week's point, which is, sorry, current week's point of control, previous week's point of control. High volume node, like, we're not doing anything. We're honestly, we're not doing anything. Like, look, we're not doing anything, guys. We caught another bid off the lower bowl without that black swan kind of day, and we've gone back into nowhere. Here's your big cup of nowhere. We can't get outside. We can't get outside. We just stay in here. Basically 25,000 to 750 or whatever it is. This will not last forever. Look, the Bollinger Bands are going to start to tighten. This is, look, the 200-day, this is one of the scary things. The 200-day here is getting so close to the 5-day and 20-day. This cross here, if we get a sell and they cross this, I'm still looking for that. And you might go, impossible. Impossible move. Is it? It's not. It would just be a 161 extension of a failure of this range. It's very possible. The hardest thing's going to be, A, are they going to let it happen? And B, are they going to do it when Alex is asleep on a Saturday and Sunday? If they're going to do it at all, are they going to do it when I'm asleep? Okay, rejection of that range, not too bad there. Pretty good rejection there. It will happen overnight in 5 minutes. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It would be when Alex is at brunch with his wife. Exactly. It's cruel, the market, the way it does that, eh? Like, remember, I wanted the swing short. I was looking swing short. I wanted to buy S triple Qs up here. Was it this pop or this pop? I'm trying to remember now. Up here. It was here, wasn't it? I wanted a short on a look above this. That's where I wanted the short. I was looking for a swing short. I wanted to buy S triple Q up here because we had this range, and I was looking for them to run stops, me buy S triple Q and get this move. And unfortunately, it didn't come and do it. It like popped it towards the end of the day, didn't clear this, and then the next day was straight sell. It's just cruel. Like, we move so quickly right at the moment when we give up on balance on a higher time frame. Alex, to get a payout, you need to put a stop loss and take profit on Apex. What do you mean to get a payout? I mean, you need to hit the criteria, which is nowadays in the new accounts is 50. Is it 5 days? 5 days, 50% consistency rule, profit over whatever it is on the account size you're having. Yes, the course is only for students who do the beginner to advanced course. Only for students that do that. And reselling this, they're going to try and resell it. And really interested here in how they operate around this area of VPOC. You need to add a stop loss of 5 to 1. Yeah, it'll be a negative 5 to 1. You can do it. You can do it mentally. You don't have to do it. You don't have to put a fixed stop loss on, if that's what you mean. But I mean, a negative R. I mean, they're giving you a 5R negative R to pass with. I mean, it's pretty generous. Is some inactivity rule on both eval and funded? I can't remember what the. Does anyone know what the inactivity rule is? I think it's quite long. I don't think it's like funded next, but it's like 5 days or 7 days. Use Elliott wave, and honestly, NDX is pretty impossible. The chart is a mess and it all looks like a big correction of a correction. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, I'm not arrogant enough to say, look, if they keep holding this forever and we start to, if we don't lose the bid, right, if they're not willing to do that move to the 161 we talked about, then what's going to happen? We're going to rip faces to the upside. And that's also okay. I'm not fixed on it having to be a sell. I'm only fixed on selling at the moment because we're in a sell. The moment that shifts, if we start pivoting to the upside of this range and holding, over 25,000, over 25,300, then we're going to start squeezing, aren't we? Up to 25.7, 25.9, 26, and we're long, 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 long. Like even this week, we were long some of the days where we started pivoting. I don't mind being long where we're pivoting, but I'm not going to play the counter trend long where possible. Yeah, I know. Well, I was so pissed off this. I know I'm sitting through lunches, right? I was so pissed off this morning with the abuse I took that I, took me off my game a little bit. And then, we've had some okay trades and okay reads since. And I also then get guilt. I get the guilt, to be honest, because I just think if I'm effing and blinding because someone in chat is talking nonsense to me, then all the good people who turn up who just want to learn don't get to benefit. So to be honest, this is my way of giving back and just sitting here trying to teach you so that I can rest today easy, not knowing I've done my bit for people that needed me, rather than leaving here and just being pissed off and venting. And it's none of your guys' fault who's here. It's my fault. It's not even the person's fault for talking shit. If we're really honest with ourselves, it's my fault because I can't control them talking shit. I can control my reactions, and my reactions have not been good enough. And that is something I'm going to have to look at and get better at dealing with. And that's just me being honest. It's an important thing. I can't control other people. I can control my reactions. That's something I have to work on a lot at the moment. Right. So that's where my head's at the moment. Sky Motion still short right now, or should we get out? I don't know where you got short from, buddy. If you were short, it's very hard for me to tell you. If you took the short up here into 70 that we talked about, then you're still comfortable. If you re-added there and paid yourself, then you're comfortable. It's up to you. I don't know where you're in, so I don't know where your stop loss is in. But like we're now ranging between this little node here and this edge here, and this is the build out. So break over here will squeeze to the other side of this grey box. They let this go, they're going to come down here. I don't know what your entry was, so it's very hard for me to tell you should you still be in the short or not. What was my DJ producer name? I was in a duo called Tough Love, and then I have some solo projects. I actually have a new track out today for a little solo project. No one knows it's me, but I'll tell you guys on stream. Where is it? He sent it to me this morning, the label manager. It's a little commercial tune. I can play it if you want. But don't tell people. Don't tell anyone it's me. because it's just like it's for a Dutch label. I just ghost it. There we go. Play this out loud.
Everyone's watching. I'm just minding my business. I'm trying to be seen. Somehow I'm still the focus. Everyone's watching. They just can't look away. I never asked for the spotlight, but I'm still on display. I'm just minding my business.
Be careful on a reclaim here if you are short. There's a big squeeze coming here. They're trying to squeeze this up now. Lots of buyers stepping in here. If they reclaim and hold here of 10s, they might rotate 65s, just so you know. They're trying to step on the bid here. Not bad, eh? Little commercial number. Just a little alias thing I do. Would I consider a long here? You could potentially play a long, yeah, if it held the 8-10s. I mean, you're just in a high congestion zone. But if you're a rotation trader, if you're deeming this as a look below and fail, you could maybe look for this up here. It's very, very possible at this point here. You just got to remember, if you let go of this, so is this. All right, so this is why I don't like trading ranges. This looks like a pullback with a sweep of a hold and a reclaim. And if they hold this, it's dangerous. If they let go of this, this could be a second leg which is faded into. But it really depends what their sentiment is for the rest of the day now. It's free kit. It is free kit. Thanks, Jake. Just tell everyone what it is. Yeah. It's just a little thing I do for a Dutch label. We can play some other stuff. I can play some other alias stuff if you want. Not tons of alias stuff. This was me. This did quite well in the UK charts this year. Where has it gone with my final mix down? Okay, good rejection there. this did well this year. Last year. Some of you old enough will remember the original. ES rejection of IB there. ES reclaimed, VWAP, just chopping between VWAPs on ES. Nothing's changed. Squeeze from that same level again, they're trying to reclaim. George, that's amazing. Have I met Fisher? Yeah, I'm friends with Fish. Used to play together quite a lot. Knew him before he was Fisher. Knew him when he was Cut Snake with Seds. Yeah, Paul's a good bloke. He's a good lad. I'm still just chopping around it. I'm going to give this 30 more minutes or 20 more minutes with you lot, and then I'm going to get off. Fish was in Cut Snake, yeah, man. Cut Snake was Fish and another guy called Seds. I don't know if Sed's still going. Yeah, yeah. Addian, yep. Oh, I love Digweed. Amazing, man. No, I know who you're talking about, Daniel. Yeah, fucking scam boy Tommy. No, I'm all right, thanks. No, I wasn't long on small caps like all them lot. Pumping and dumping on you all. I was short side. Have I played major music festivals? Yeah, man. Just basically everyone that exists. Yeah, Fisher's Aussie. Yeah. Comes the squeeze, so back inside again. You shorted oil at the top. Nice. Where's it at now? Got like a % off it. So hit those 92.61s. So you're coming into an imbalance on oil. You know, if they find a bid at 89s, you've got New York VWAP 89s and initial balance high at 89s. You might even, I've not checked the liquidity on it, but you might see, check here for you, see where it gets thin. All right, if you lose a bid at 91.26s, which it looks like you are, you can probably sell down towards 90 evens, 90.13s, and underneath VWAP, you might get a move to 89s today if they really start selling it. If they really start selling it. No, I'm not playing that. Sorry, Jake. I'm not playing it because I'll get a issue on the channel from copyright from the original sample. That'd be awesome in New York. You go into that, that'd be wicked. I love digweed, man. I love digweed. So good. All right, back into range here. So you're going to test the top side of this range now, probably. You go up to the other side now. So now they might try and lift. So buyers taking control here through the range, and the squeeze is now on because you didn't get the breakdown. And they can come back all the way up. And if they want to really attack it, like we talked about, through the 920s, they can still look for that 25,000 in gap fill. So to the other side of range. So now, if you were a long bias, I can't remember, one of you was asking about buying dips down there, and I said, yeah, if you reclaim range, right, you would want dips now to hold the top side of this range and do this now for you. That's what you would need to happen. Yeah, basically 60s. Oh, don't move that. Basically 60s, hold of 60s, and maybe continuation. But you should have like locked in on the way up here. Yes, back to previous day low. So that's just that key level again. if you're long bias now. If you're long from here, if you want to add on, why does Tradeify do that? That's the next move, and then acceptance through that up here. And if you don't hold the top of this grey box, I'll be done with the longs, because it'll be the same thing as you've had here. Look below and fail. If you don't hold this, you can come right back down here again, because you're very thin on that move up. It's just straight squeeze again. What's that level? 60s, yeah, 58, 60s is the key level now. And VIX at previous day high is trying to find a bid here. Whether it can find one or not is another thing. And I've got 15 minutes left, and I'm going to get out of here. So I think if they lift through this high day, you've got a shot at 25,000 today if they're going to lift. They're holding previous day value area low. I'd rather see it retest down here and hold if you're going to be long, personally. If you didn't take this long on a reclaim, I think you'd want that. If they can't hold this, I'd leave it alone, because you're going to go into this again. But any hold of this, potentially finish this auction up into here. Here's a move back down towards it, towards 65s. Yeah, still trying to hold a bid over previous day's low, whether it can find acceptance up there or not. Long until Sunday, Monday, mate. Your risk exposure is so big. Like, who knows what happens over the weekend with what's going on? Like, I can't tell you that. Like, for me, no way. I wouldn't be holding any positions over the weekend right now. We're literally in the middle of the. If you look at the daily, we're right in the middle of the range. One headline over the weekend, and we can see a big gap again, right? Just your exposure is massive. So here's the retest of that level. So they will need to bid this now for a bid back up to take out high day. If they don't bid this, you're going to come right back down to the other side of the grey box. So if they don't bid this, right the way back down again, and the rinse repeat will continue. So it's a good bid so far, right? Strong bid off that so far. They would need to hold this bid though. And you want to see a break of 900 now and a shove up through 920s. Yeah. Here we go. So this was the bid opportunity for you, which we just called out. And you want to see a break and take of 900 and 920s, and then the squeeze is absolutely on at that point. Appreciate that kind message. Thank you, my friend. Glad you're learning. Glad it's starting to make sense. So ES is trying to find acceptance over previous days low. VIX needs to find acceptance under previous days high, and NQ needs to get through that 920, the big gamma level, right? Basically a high of day. So you need, any of you who are long here should have sold here, should have added on dips here, and should be very, very careful if you lose this. If you lose this, I'd be careful. But if you hold this, it's TP1, and then you're looking for a lift up into here. If they come back in the grey box, honestly, I would just leave it alone for the rest of the day and be done. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm with you, Matthew. Like, we're one tweet away from a big gap. I agree. we had one last week, right? And who knows? War's over. Maybe big gap up. What about, has anyone stopped? I don't know if anyone's been watching CNN, but the amount of shit on there that I watched yesterday of like, the Americans came out. This is how fabricated it is. The Americans came out yesterday and said, we've captured one of their drones, taken it back, and we've rebuilt it and put our flag. They literally said, put our flag on it and send it out there. Okay, do some research. Iranians captured the most impressive drone America ever produced in 2011. 2011. That's when the Obama administration started getting involved. They also captured one on Feb 26, right? Iranians are using microwave technology to pull down the drones and take the drone. The drones have an automatic thing where they should go back to base. Iranians have the American drones. Americans are spieling bollocks in the news right now, which is happening to them. It's fucking hilarious. So what happens if something violent happens from Iran for this best war we're winning? What happens if it gets taken up a notch over the weekend? That's the danger of being swing long in this market. That's the danger right now. And Iranians are no joke. We're talking about a huge army. We're not talking about like some, I don't know, people here seem to be confused. You think all the Middle East is the same. We're not talking about some shitty little 2-bit put together Afghani army. We're talking about one of the biggest armies in the world in really large, hard terrain. Yeah, Chinese are helping them out, and there's also talk that maybe Putin's helping them out here as well. I mean, and if you get China coming to the party and Russia coming to the party, this thing starts escalating fast. And then you start getting China going, oh, do you know what? Right now you're all distracted. I'm going to go and take Taiwan. Then you get Korea come and join as well. And just the whole fucking thing gets really messy really quick, doesn't it? That's one of the problems. Red candles, you should... If you don't think they've got your weapons and you don't understand that that's what this is all about, they've already got the American weapons. That's what this is about. That's why we made the arrests in Venezuela, because that's who did the deal on the stolen American military weapons. You have to go and actually read it. They already have them. Why do you think we're being so... Or we say we, I'm not from here. Why do you think America's being so aggressive, bombing everything? They have some of the advanced American weapons already. And we're not talking about weapons that you're probably talking about. We're talking about plasma technology. We're talking about the most advanced shit ever, which has been reverse engineered from some other things which America have denied exist, which you will find out whether this year or next year have existed the whole time. And then you're going to get into a legal battle about why trillions of dollars were spent to cover up the existence of this stuff, which has been reverse engineered with taxpayers' money. But, I could go on about this stuff, but it's very advanced and you've got to follow the money. Because Venezuela didn't have it. It's not and Venezuela didn't have it. Iran had it. And if you've got all these advanced weapons, which Trump's threatening from, where do you think those advanced weapons have come from? And do you think you're the only people in the world that have these advanced weapons? If you know where these have come from, do you really think you're the only people in the world that have them? Or do you understand what the arms race really is right now? Because if you think there's only one crashed site in America, It's a lot of crash sites, and they don't all happen here, right? That's my issue with it. It's the arrogance of us all thinking, oh, it's only America that got it. No, you don't think the Chinese have this shit? It's a race, man. It's a race. And as soon as they hear someone else is developing it, Venezuela, Intel, Iran, like that. It happened in a week. Out of what? Oh, because we decided that they were going to attack. The excuse was change the regime. Then it was, oh, we had intelligence that they would attack us after Israel attacked them. Sorry, what? It's all fucking nonsense. I thought we already blew up all their stuff like 7 months ago. The most successful tech ever. Ever. So, smoke and mirrors, man. And that's why I wouldn't hold long over the weekend, because I don't think there's anyone in this world who can categorically say, oh, we have all the best weapons and they've got nothing and nothing can happen from it. That's just fucking ridiculous. It's just the most ridiculous thing to say. You never know what anyone else is capable of. Never, ever, ever know. Yeah, we obliterated all the nuclear weapons, and then this time, oh, we have to go in and make sure they've got no What? Sorry, what? I thought you already did it. I thought you did it. Which one is it? Have they got them or do they not have them? All right, back into the chop box, grey box, chop box. We're back here again, and they might come right down to the other side now, back down to the 820s. The market's gone to sleep now, and we're going to go sideways here, and we're going to leave POC for the week here now. We've just shifted POC for the current week down here, and this is now in line with POC from the week of Feb 16th. So if we stay down here, then at least we've shifted POC down. And we've extended value area lower. So we're going to leave value area high at the same point for the last 3 weeks, which is incredible. We're about to leave value area high for the same point for the last 3 weeks. We shifted POC up and now back down to the same area. And this just continues to be the zone where they just don't know what to do with it. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I just think that underestimating the enemies is just, I mean, even calling them enemies is crazy. Have I been to Austin? Yeah, I have. Yeah. Why don't I sell the top? I'm not doing anything right now. I'm done. I'm just here to help. It has worked, hasn't it? Selling that and bidding that. Previous day to previous week. It has worked, but I'm just not doing anything right now. We were short here and here, and then I said you could be long here. I'm done with that. So, but I was short from here. No, I mean I only watch CNN. Really, is I flick through the channels, CNN and Fox and everything, just to see what's said. The only one that I like watching really is well, there's two: Al Jazeera and News Nation. News Nation I really like. What indicators I used is my Flow Zone Pros. So actually, you're looking at a few things: Flow Zone Pros, and this is just your gamma levels. That's all you're really looking at. So momentum and daily levels and gamma. That's kind of it. All right, back into POC. Just we're going literally nowhere. We're going to keep going up and down, and nothing. I'm about to get out of here though. 1 more minute. Said I'll go to the 1/2 So sellers trying to come in here at 20, same level as earlier. 800s is the big zone now. Same as earlier as well, right? 800s. Where we had those big sellers from earlier, we're coming to retest these big sellers from earlier, right? Who got squeezed out. We're retesting that level. So do buyers rebid this level now and go back to the other side of the grey box? Or are the buyers now finally exhausted? We are about to find out, I would say. Do I go to gym consistently? Yeah. I do, and I have for a long, long time. I need it, man. If I don't go to the gym, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good if I don't go to the gym. All right, so they're trying to bid 20s. Shorts are coming in here trying to sell, and they might get squeezed out again here. This is the same level, so it's going to be a battle here. All right, folks. I'm Gonzo. I'm out of here. Do you know what? How many of you are in here? Still 1,000 of you. We kept half of you. Oh, let's do a giveaway because you guys are good. Appreciate you sticking around. Right, I'm going to give away 3 introduction courses. Right, so if you're new to trading or you want to do the beginner to advanced course and you don't have the money to do it, this is a good place to start just to learn. So just type course in chat once and I'll pick 3 winners. All right, and give you guys a couple minutes to do that. All right, so they've rebid here again, right back to the other side of the grey box again. So held POC, we're stuck now between current day POC and developing week POC. And if we get over grey box, they still want to complete this. If they fail this, they're going to come back down. And this is the chop range that we've talked about for the last however many hours. No, I'm not doing the 20-day course giveaway. Honestly, like, I give away so much edge on this stream. There's no way I'm giving away a 20-day course and Discord and flow zones and everything else. It's cheap enough as it is, honestly. So top side of the box. And probably chop, 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 chop until someone gets stuck. Here's top side of the box. I guess the question is, can they go 900s, 920s, 25,000 at this point? Or are they going to fade top side of the box and come under 820s, 800, 700? They're going to have to make a decision. All right, give you guys 10 more seconds here. All right, let's pull a winner. Or let's pull 3 winners. So we do 3. All right, winner number 1. God, I don't know how to say that. Exantho Romera, is that? Exantho Romera? Let me know you're here in chat. Exantho Romera. Nice. All right. For all these next 2 winners and you, just email me info@flowzonetrader.com. Send me a screenshot of you logged in. Okay. Send me a screenshot of you logged in to your YouTube and I will sort you out. So you just see a rotation, grey box rotation here. All right. Next winner is Bradley DC. Bradley DC. Are you here, Bradley DC? Nice. Okay, same thing for you, Bradley. info@flowzonetrader.com. Just send me an email with a screenshot of your YouTube and I'm going to sort you out with an introduction course. And then the final winner of the day, Thomas K Trades. Thomas K Trades. Are you here, Thomas K Trades? Rigged. Why is it rigged? It's literally pulling at random. You can see it announcing by itself. Come on. I don't choose this. I don't know any of these people. Thomas K Trades. There you are. Same thing for you, Thomas. All right. info@flowzonetrader.com. Send me a screenshot of you logged in. All right, folks, that's that. That was a long stream for me, but hopefully I've made up for being very upset with people in the morning to looking after you in the afternoon a little bit or through lunch. And then we'll go again Monday. All right. Look out for the newsletter should be in your email tomorrow morning. At the moment, I doubt it's going to look much different to last week's. All right. The email, the newsletter is free. The link's pinned to the top of chat. Make sure you've signed up for that newsletter. It's completely free. It will give you your levels for next week, what our expectations are, what news is coming, what earnings are coming, what happened this week, why we moved, why we rotated, how we rotated, who got stuck, where they got stuck. All right. It's all in there. It's completely for free. All right. Peace and love, everyone. Let's hope there's not a World War III over the weekend, eh? And I will do my best to not get pissed off with people next week. I think we might have to set some new rules in chat. So maybe we'll do the first 30 minutes where I won't read chat or answer any questions because I need to focus and trade the levels. And then after that, we can get into some more stuff. All right. Maybe we're going to create some rules. All right. Peace and love, everyone. Take care and make sure you go doing something fun this weekend. Big love.